in the way of beauty. My kind of woman.
daddy every night.
I think that would be simple if you just pegged him.
Yeah.
To get that to happen.
I can't
Or
even be
be like-
mad that the timing was perfect. But
Also, the captions are not working.
I think that's a blessing, personally. They are working.
I say, you know what I say?
Oh,
say
they
communication is
delayed
key.
for me for a second.
Communication is key in relationships, and you should just ask him to call you daddy.
Anyway.
That's true, yeah.
Anyway. My God, y'all, I can't. I love you guys. Welcome in to the 31st episode of Stormborn's Curse. First and foremost, we are so happy to have Jake back with us. We had to step away for a little bit, but they are back and ready to rumble, and that means so is Faustus. So I would love some love for Jake and Faustus tonight. Couple of housekeeping things before we jump into the game and our usual recap. I have a little follow goal at the bottom of the screen, and it'd be super cool if we could hit that soon. Kind of, maybe. Awesome. Nailed it. Kristen, thank you for the gift sub. I just saw that. Appreciate you.
What?
Okay. And Brenna, I hope you enjoy our adorable emotes, most of which have been drawn by the wonderful Serotonin, who is on my screen and blessing us with her presence. Oh, I almost forgot, but I didn't. I said I was going to do this, and I feel like this is in the spirit of April Fool's without being a prank. On Monday, we finished Little Nightmares, and chat started doing Daunt poetry. I don't know how we got there, but we did. And I said if I got a full list, I would read all of them. And Sarah compiled a full list. So we're going to do a slam poetry session before we start the session tonight.
The word daunt stopped looking like it was real. Like, even the English lettering just was... I was like, this isn't a real word anymore.
And it's my name.
Reality was just collapsing, like
Yep.
Inception style.
I by the 15th one, I was like, I think I'm going insane.
I was like, I would be playing the game and I'm like asking questions. I'm talking to chat. I'm like, what's going on? They're just in the poetry. The poetry became them. And it was really beautiful. And I think there's just a lot of heart here in the lyrics, the rhymes, the rhythm and flow. And I should share this with you. All right, here we go. Settle in. Prepare to let art overtake you.
No.
Okay, Kristen. Well, that's been Stormborn's Curse for you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate you. We're just gonna go. We're done.
As far as I wrote like 8 of these. Anyway.
Yes, you did. Okay. Here we go. I'm so excited for these. Daunt gets a snake. Daunt hiss. Daunt gotta pee. Daunt piss. Daunt in love. Daunt kiss. Daunt got a schedule. Daunt list. Daunt falls in Star Wars. Ouch. Daunt miss. Daunt eating cheese. Daunt Swiss. Daunt want something. Daunt wish. Daunt has a female identifying sibling. Daunt sis. Daunt is a pescatarian. Daunt fish.
And that's a fun fact about Liz in real life.
This is true. I am a pescatarian.
Is that actually true?
This
That
is very
makes it
true.
So much better.
That is actually very true, and I love
It's
that
not
one.
just wild speculation. It's a fact.
No, it is a fact. Daunt does a little dance. Daunt twist. Daunt roasts me. Daunt diss. Daunt feels threatened. Daunt fist. Daunt doesn't wanna. Daunt resist. Daunt sick of you. Daunt dismiss. Daunt uses a demonstrative pronoun. Daunt this. Dot
That
never.
one's Jake's favorite. That one is Jake's favorite.
It's really great.
Cracks me up. I laughed out loud when I was reading it at my computer like last night.
And I was getting these in bits and pieces,
Shout
dying
out
in this
to-
game.
Shout out to Alicia without the keys.
That
The
was
real one for that one.
That was great. Daunt, nevertheless, Daunt persists. Daunt falls in Star Wars. Ouch. Again. Daunt abyss. Daunt remembers. Daunt reminisce. Daunt failing. Daunt remiss. Daunt is. Daunt exist. Daunt helps. Daunt assist. Daunt summarizing, like I'm about to do. Daunt gist. Daunt is with us. Daunt midst. There's so many of these. Daunt in a haze. Daunt mist. Daunt going on a date. Daunt tryst. Daunt plays Elden Ring. I wish. Daunt maidenless. That one was mine. Daunt in the kitchen. Daunt dish. Daunt asserts. Daunt insist. Your attacks aren't effective. Daunt resists. Daunt is
That's
speedy.
my favorite one, I think.
Daunt swift. Daunt Tokyo. Daunt drift.
That one was mine.
Daunt writing for SBC. Daunt scripts. Daunt in a tight space. Daunt squish. Daunt beefy. Daunt lifts. Why are there so many of these? Daunt buys second hand. Daunt thrifts. Daunt gives back to others. Daunt altruist. Daunt is in a really good mood. Daunt bliss. Daunt repair. Daunt fix. Daunt stir. Daunt mix. Daunt finds diamonds in the rough. Daunt sifts. Daunt gets run over by monsters. Daunt missed. There we go. We're done. That, I don't even know how many that was.
I just thought of one.
I just,
I want to say 50.
that,
That's what it felt like when I was writing all of them.
I would love, it's probably too long for a clip, it's way too long for a clip, but I would love a clip of that. I would probably have to grab it myself. That's amazing. Jake, oh my goodness, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck? I hope everybody got one. If you're here, I hope you enjoy the emotes and, you know, have fun and stuff. Thank you.
I mostly did it because I realized that my old payment method got disconnected because it expired, and so like I haven't been subbed for a couple of months, I think.
Oh,
and
don't
so
worry
I'm
about
trying to
that.
Catch up a little bit.
Don't worry
No,
about that.
I would. Well, I do because I want to.
Okay, well, that's really kind of you. I'm gonna cut open this box of cookies because I smell them and I need one in my face.
Walking by an insomnia cookies. Yes, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, when I'm
Reviews
there,
is so good.
when I'm there in 2 weeks, we have to get cookies. Cause
From
local,
insomnia cookies?
yeah, cause locally we have this thing called crumble cookies, and they're such ass compared to insomnia cookies. There's
This
just
stream is
insomnia better?
sponsored to shit on crumble cookies.
I definitely forgot we were live. Hey everybody.
Me too.
I love you guys so much. Maya, I have
Amazing.
I got the Super 6 box, which means you get 1 deluxe cookie and 5 normal ones. So my deluxe cookie was just the salted caramel because it's my favorite, and it was the first insomnia cookie I've ever had.
As it should be your favorite.
It's my favorite. And then I got 2 chocolate chip, 2 M&M, and a snickerdoodle. Because they got rid of the red velvet cookie, and that was my side piece. They got rid of my side piece. I'm very upset about it.
That feels homophobic.
Mm-hmm. Anywho.
It is it's deeply ingrained in gay culture to have a side piece, yes.
Yeah.
With that implication.
Because I wanted it. And they took the...
meant...
Yes, Maya. The red velvet was limited edition. They have a hibiscus cookie that sounds interesting. We're not sponsored. I'm not promoting this company anymore unless they
Anyway.
want to sponsor me.
And here's what you missed on Stormborn.
DMs are open. Our DMs are open. Insomnia cookies.
I am absolutely 100% serious that I would promote I would promote the hell out of Insomnia cookies. It would be embarrassing.
Anyone from Insomnia Cookies is watching.
I would get Insomnia cookies nominated for president and elected.
Someone
if you
clip
think
this. This is part of the
I'm
campaign.
not gonna
It's like-
clip this and
like-
send it,
I
It's like Liam O'Brien, Sam Riegel campaign vibes.
I literally,
Now we
for
need something to
Werther's
rival.
original.
the way Sam Riegel will do 10-minute ads and go out and buy props for companies, you haven't seen anything. I'm devoted. I'm my one
Will
true
you
love.
also devote a gas canister, and on the side of it, it's just gonna say Insomnia cookies?
I don't know if I have room for a gas canister, but I'm thinking of a joke that involves Cookie Monster, and I might make it happen.
Can you guys see my Lego Slave 1 in the background
Yes.
Yes.
on the shelf?
Yes.
Oh my God, D&D.
Anyway. D&D, yes. We've gotten distracted. We're coming back.
This is what happens now that Chris can't be here.
Chris
There's
was
also
the
a
brain cell.
squirrel that I need to deal with.
Hey,
Um,
listen, there's the ADHD
The
tag
brain cell.
for
We
a
lost it.
reason.
We did lose our brain cell. For those of us,
Does anyone remember where we left the brain cell?
I think Chris might have taken it in the pod.
Yeah, Chris definitely taking it.
Let's
Yeah, I
retrace our
don't-
step.
So, for anyone who perhaps wasn't here last week, we did say a temporary, not a goodbye, but a see you later to our beloved cast member, Chris. I know the box is still there. That's going to be updated next week, because we will have a guest, which is going to be very exciting. That guest is a secret for now, but we will have a guest, and we might have a guest for a little while after that as well. Still kind of working out the details while I figure out how I want to go about perhaps getting someone to sort of warm Chris's seat, so to speak. Because Chris is still part of this little family we've built here, and as we have said in and out of the episode, is welcome to return at any time, should life agree with it. So, yeah, it's not necessarily a replacement, just a new addition to our little chaotic family we've got going on over here. So, yes, look out for that. We'll be announcing that guest probably at the start of next week, as soon as I get some important things finalized with them. And very excited for this one. I think you guys are going to really love what we've got cooking in the background. So, with that being said, let's jump into a quick recap of last episode. So, after Renori led sort of Team Inside Backdoor Part 2 deeper into the bowels of the Citadel at Ricard, and managed to successfully... Part
Is it
3?
part two?
No, I think it was part
Part
2.
three.
I think it was part 2.
Don't know.
I feel like it was 2.5. Let's settle for 2.5. After this...
1 3/4.
No, that's less. That's less backdoorage. So after this, and where Renori was able to remove the stone from the basement of the Citadel and successfully transport out our party reunited back in the small fishing village that's still incorporated into the city, but is far, far away from the actual construction of the city, about 3-ish miles, a little bit less. Upon reuniting with everyone and sort of figuring out next steps, Renori had a conversation with Tessa about something that she had witnessed, a memory that had been captured in the stone that she personally witnessed by grabbing it with her hand as she teleported out. The two of them had a brief conversation about that, and the party was reunited for a few brief moments before an explosion was heard out in the distance. And running to investigate, they could see, even on the horizon where the city was still very prominent against the base of the Spine Mountains, destruction was beginning to reign upon the city. Plants of all matter and kind were beginning to just come out of the ground and throw houses into the air, decimate families, bring entire buildings down deep into the ground, forming craters that people couldn't get out of. The party took off on foot, leaving Boomstick behind because they never looked for her, which was hilarious to me. And took off on foot into this. It's not a bad thing. It made a beautiful moment for the end, but I just thought that was really funny because I told you before you left she was not with you. Anyway, you all took off on foot towards the city and was shook the better part of an hour, and by the time you had arrived, the destruction had only gotten worse. Weren't able to put a toll on how many had possibly died, but plenty were fleeing. Using variations of different maneuvering tactics, Tide, Raven, Renori, Casper, Tessa, and Ripley. I think that was everyone that was with you. And Faustus. Faustus was there. I did not forget about Faustus. All of you took off into the city, leaping over trees, bursting out of the ground, sliding under them, just sort of traversing the debris. And the citadel, you watched as you approached it, as plant matter began to just entirely take it over, almost trying to drag it back into the earth from whence it came. Breaking into the citadel, you found entire walls of living plants trying to desperately consume any amount of space that they could. You did manage to assist the poor guard that Raven had been flirting with. Went and retrieved his body off of where he had been impaled on a vine high in the air. Renori climbing up selflessly to save him, but on the way down, slipping and falling, and her body getting caught on one of the thorns. Casper was fortunately able to rescue her as well, and the party was able to regroup and go ahead. Now, moving into the center of the pit, they witnessed a fight. Oh, sorry, Ripley was not with you going into the city. Ripley is still at the citadel. You were waiting for her. Apologize. Heading into the center pit, where previously you had traversed down under the citadel. You witnessed a fight between Brock and Ripley, where Brock was very distinctly not himself. His body was moving as though the limbs were being puppeted, the joints twisting unnaturally, and a dark, strange, angry force was sort of broiling inside of him. And you saw Ripley hesitating to do serious harm, but still trying to defend herself against him. Where the entire citadel, which was once open air to the sky, had been entirely enclosed by a ceiling of living plant matter. Rushing in, the party began to fight Brock to get their friend to safety, with Tide calling down lightning and using spells that he didn't know he had. And Renori as well, chiming in with some magic as well, trying to get between Ripley and Brock. And through the party's combined efforts, you all were able to snap Brock from the spell he was under and liberate him, and realizing that the stone is inherently related to the destruction that was being caused here. As the citadel began to come down and people from the outside of the citadel began to scream for help, the entire party sort of decided to split once again, as Ripley realized her father was still trapped within the citadel, and Brock, not realizing you had broken John out, thought that John was with him. Because Brock was seriously injured, you managed to convince him to not go forth through physical means and mental means, and Raven escorted him back to the village, along the way helping rescue the tiefling merchant who had previously sold her a silk handkerchief. And the two safely made it back to the village and sort of helped people along the way, while everybody else made their way deeper into the building to go and free Ripley's father. You found him sort of entangled in a living mass of plant, and that was actively trying to consume him with sort of transferring properties that, once hit with elemental magic, would transfer it onto the victim it was trying to consume. You learned that the hard way. But you were able to cut him free with a combined effort, and everyone was able to escape. That being said, you returned to the village, which was absolutely crowded with people, although an encampment was the beginnings of an encampment were set up, as people from the city were donating their covered wagons or using them themselves to gather families, children, and everything, and just sort of do head counts. And things were hectic and alive with a smattering of different people as everyone flocked to safety and watched their home fall into the earth. That being said, after an exhausting day with not much left to be done, the party went to sleep in a cuddle pile, because that's our new norm. The party went to sleep. Boomstick found her way into the room where Tide was having a strange, fitful dream. And he woke up. No, none of our party members witnessed this, but Tide woke up after a fitful dream, and Boomstick was there to sort of comfort him. They had a talk about feeling higher callings, and Tide looked at his family and thought about the other family that he had out there. And knowing he loved these people, still decided to leave. Left everybody a note on the sort of table that's in the room, and snuck out in the night and took off on the horizon towards the mountains. And that is where we left off last episode. So, picking up this episode. All of you sleep fitfully. It was a stressful night. An even more stressful day previously, to say the least. None of you can quite settle. Every so often, if you're not the one tossing and turning, someone else in your pile is. Raven, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, fun.
Renori, I also need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
Okay.
You love me.
Okay.
Renori,
you
hold on to yours. I'm gonna do Raven first. What's your number?
So I rolled a 3 on the die, but I have proficiency in wisdom saves, so it makes it an 11.
Okay.
I just really wanted everyone, because the thing is that
Mm-hmm.
like behind the scenes, I roll 2 different Raven die that I have, or D20s, and I roll them each 3 times each, and I rolled 2 nat 20s on the one that I just rolled, and I was like, oh, this might be a good call. So I was let down severely. Anyway, my whole thing was an 11.
The 2 nat 20 should have been a red flag. So
It worked last session.
that's fair. Hold on. I have to refill the cup here. Nice. Ay. Okay, so Raven, you have a dream. But before the dream comes into clarity, the pain does first. Your consciousness, you feel yourself floating in this negative space. Not quite defined, sort of, and not every person experiences this, but those who do will know what I'm talking about. There's a phenomenon in humans and humanoids where your eyes, when closed, random bursts of color will dance across the back of your eyelids in the darkness. Sometimes the shapes vary from person to person. Sometimes one person will experience multiple shapes throughout their lifetime in different colors. You are floating in that space and perceiving these things, but you're distinctly aware that it's not the back of your eyelids that you're witnessing, however, like you're sleeping. It's just a void. You're a little cold. You feel hungry. You're just floating for a while. And then, at the edges of your consciousness, an image begins to form. But it's not in the sense, and this is the same dream. You see it playing out in front of you, but it's more as though you were at a theater watching entertainers put on a show. You're not in it as you usually are. And you watch yourself sitting on a bench outside. You can remember what the sunlight used to feel like, but you don't feel it anymore. You see yourself turn your face up towards the sun for a quick breather. And you see a young elven woman, blonde, younger than you, come out and sit next to you. And you've heard this conversation before, but no sound plays from the image. It's just pictures. You feel strangely disconnected from who you are. And you watch as this girl turns towards you and holds your hands in hers. And she says something that obviously startles you, but you can't make out what it is. Her face is turned away from you. And then she stands. Normally, whether you see it or not, you get the distinct sense that she usually goes back inside the temple where she belongs. You know, this girl bears most of the responsibility for the scars that now cover your body. Because her mistakes cost you. But this time, you see her walk away from you towards a cluster of trees in the distance. She gets a decent distance away from you before she turns back and she changes in front of you. Her long hair, which sort of had like a Princess Peach and like Mario Tennis thing going on, like the ponytail super long and the bangs, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. Her hair sort of is a lot flatter to the face and almost matted. She looks very pale, very tired. The cheekbones sallow. She's wearing a ratty pink dress. And over it, the tattered remains of a green cloak. And you see her look at you for a very long time. And even though you're staring right at her, you can't make out some details of the face. It's almost like an annoying blur just right over her. She just sort of nods at you and then turns on her heel and walks into the trees. You wake up. We'll come back to you in a moment. Renori. Before I continue, you had a long day, but you also do not require sleep. Would you have slept or tranced?
Renori doesn't sleep. She tranced.
That's categorically not true, as you have slept before, but
Like,
I will let it pass.
Once or twice.
Okay. You trance. Describe to me how you're set up, sort of, in this room. You're all sleeping in the same room, similar cuddle pile situation, as when you were in the Citadel, where sort of Ripley is holding everyone, but...
Yeah.
How are you set up?
She would not be in the cuddle puddle.
Mm-hmm.
Because she knows that she will get up about 4 hours before everyone else. So she does not partake in that because she wouldn't want to wake anyone up. So she's probably like... How to describe this? Back against the furthest wall to where she can see everyone and also the door.
Okay.
And then she would trance sitting up there and then wake up 4 hours in.
Okay.
From there.
I will also let you decide this. Where's Casper?
She let him be in the cuddle puddle this time because the man he's Casper, so you know.
Okay. That's fair.
Because he's Casper, I'll let him sleep in the cuddle puddle because he's Casper.
Sometimes the thoughts don't happen.
So, the night before...
4 years in college, sorry.
I felt that. Yes.
He wanted to, so she said yes. Like, there we go.
The night before, you would have probably set up in that spot. And Ripley sort of oriented the cuddle pile just a little bit closer to you. You're not quite in it, but closer than last time, perhaps. And Casper sort of situates himself where his head is near you, maybe 2 feet away from you. But the rest of his body is just kind of in the pile. And yeah. Boomstick is sort of loosely spooned behind him. And you see, and you would have seen this before everyone went to sleep as well, where she just, actually you would not have seen this. But you'll see this when you wake up. They are holding hands. So Renori, you set yourself up against the wall. You're given blankets, whether or not you choose to use them. There are plenty to go around. And you sort of, you slip into trance, as usual. As your mind begins to drift, your body relaxes. Not quite sleep, but somewhere in the in-between. What was that wisdom saving throw?
Somehow, a 22.
Nice. Okay. As you drift into this in-between sort of space, immediately get the feeling that something is wrong. You don't know how to place it necessarily, just that it's wrong. You have full control over yourself. I mean, with a thought, you twitch one of your fingers, you know where you are. But something's off. And as you sort of just drift away into the space of meditation, sound begins to encroach at the edges of your mind. And you've heard these sounds before. It's sort of bits and pieces of what you heard when you grabbed the stone. And you hear, just ever so faintly, as if you're listening to it from the other side of a fish tank, just the screaming and Tessa's voice. The screaming and Tessa's voice. And then, as you drift farther, just before you start to slip into the sort of more empty meditative space that gives you your rest, you hear Brock's voice. And it was what he was saying to you before you all split to go look for his father. That he thought they were doing good. The stone was helping. And he just wanted to be special. Just once. Renora, you awake from your trance. It is 4 hours earlier than anybody else would get up, so at this point, it's probably still dark out. Stars, crescent moon. It's just quiet. And you sort of come back into the space, and your body feels a bit strange. Heavy from an almost sleep, but not settled. You take stock of everyone. The door is still shut. You see Faustus, Raven, Casper, Boomstick, Tessa, Ripley, John. You don't see Tide.
And obviously I would know Boomstick wasn't there when we went to bed.
Yes.
But she's there now.
You take stock of where they are. And Casper, you see Casper has one arm outstretched towards you, so his fingers are just kind of like reaching out towards you. And with the other hand, he's holding Boomstick's hand to his chest.
she will quietly get up.
Okay.
Definitely a little panicked, but wanting to keep, let it go, don't let them know. Anyway, keep it on the inside, and not let it show. So she will tiptoe around. And where we're at, are there other rooms to look into?
There's the room across the hall, which you know is Iselda's room. It's just her that lives in this small house. And then there's the front room with the sort of bar situation and that small table, and then it's just outside.
What about Kip's room?
He doesn't have a room. It was the room you were staying in.
We
Wasn't
are
there a
currently
room that
in
Kip-
You were currently in the room where that happened.
Oh wait, okay.
Yeah.
We're in the room.
Iselda-
Kip and Tide had sex in?
Iselda
Yes.
gave up her room for y'all to use.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. Switching
we slept
that.
in the living room.
No, you slept in the spare.
No.
You slept in the spare room. Kip was using Iselda's room, and Iselda had stepped out, so she was
Right.
sleeping. She slept in the main room for that night, but she was up bright and early, so you wouldn't have seen that. But she gave Kip her room for the time being.
Got it. Okay, so Renori would just go to the main room and see if she sees him anywhere. I mean, at this point, Renori is pretty, Tide tends to do whatever he wants, and it's often strange. Affectionate.
Roll me a stealth check, please.
Great, I'm really... Oh,
Natural 20.
yeah!
Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay.
It's a moon instead of a 20.
So when you're in the room, before
Big
you...
moon, little moon.
Okay, well that was
Sorry.
uncalled for. Before you go out into the hallway, when you're still in the room, as you're beginning to tiptoe around, you see where Ripley, who's holding sort of everyone in her arms that she can, John kind of just sandwiched on top of her, and she's got the blanket sort of draped over everyone as best as she can. You gently creak a floorboard, very gentle. Nobody else really seems to stir, but you do see where she, her eyes just sort of flutter open, and for a brief moment they flash gold, and they settle back into a warm brown, and she just kind of squints at you in confusion and mouths, "Are you okay?"
Totally fine. Just kind of need to stretch out my muscles.
She narrows her eyes at you, but then lets her eyes close once again. And you make your way out into the hall.
With that negative one line.
So you're looking for Tide in the front room, you said?
Hide any of Tide's belongings.
Roll me investigation check.
23.
Okay. You see that the fruit bowl that Tide was picking at, which had been recently refreshed, upon your arrival back safely, is completely empty. Not even the stems of grapes. It's some, food has been taken out of it. You also see the furniture has been a little bit disturbed, but you don't see any of Tide's stuff, any hint of him. Yeah. His stuff wasn't in the main room either.
Okay, well, Renori would she would be thorough. She would check tables and drawers and under things.
Okay, do you want to do that in here, or are you headed outside? What are you doing?
Starting inside.
Okay, yeah, you don't see anything in this main room. Back in the spare room, you do find a very small folded piece of parchment sort of hanging precariously on the edge of a table. That was not there before.
Yep.
Okay.
She'll grab it.
As you unfold it, you see charmingly messy handwriting that you recognize. You recognize Tide's handwriting. And the ink is startlingly fresh. So much so that where the note has been folded, you can see smudges and smears. And the note reads, "Thanks for everything. You guys have become a family to me, but I know I have a family out there, and they need me more than you right now. This isn't goodbye. It's see you later. P.S. Raven and Renori, try not to trip over anything while I'm gone. Tide." The ink is very fresh.
Renori runs outside.
Okay. You burst out the front door, and you see the crescent moon hanging in the sky and catch a breeze off of the sea. Roll me a perception check, please.
Oh, fuck. 16.
Okay.
Jake, shut up.
As you start walking...
No, it's fun.
As you start walking around, looking for any sign of him, you don't see him. Even out in the water, no disturbances in the water either. I mean, you see the occasional fish, but nothing like he would be swimming or anything like that. You don't see him out in the clear meadows, no figures walking into the distance, no one hanging around the tables, and you start to get a little concerned. You see where the people have sort of reorganized, where those with families are in wagons closer to the village, and then you see people in tents sort of extending farther out. But everyone seems like they're inside. You don't see people milling around. You do, though, see that tree that you had climbed up and been stuck in for a little while, that tree that Tide had been at earlier as well. That tree has been completely burned. It was once super vibrant and healthy with leaves. It has been utterly scorched, and only a few healthy leaves still cling to it. And the ground around it as well, in erratic patterns. Not like the tree itself caught on fire, but like something just lashed the earth with flame. And the tree happened to take some of the brunt.
Well, despite not seeing him anywhere, Renori is not gonna pick up on the cue that means that running around shouting his name won't help. So she will start from the doorstep that Izelda's, just start screaming for Tide and like probably run towards the water.
Okay.
Because her brain would be like, well, maybe he's a fish swimming in the water, because he changes shape sometimes.
Faustus, roll me a perception check. Raven, roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
My perception is a 17.
Okay, Faustus?
Mine would be a 14, but reliable talent makes it a 19.
Nice. Raven, you are at this point in your dream. You hear very muted, kind of at the very edges of your consciousness, you hear Renori's voice sort of fading in and out, calling for Tide. But your brain almost doesn't register it. You are trapped in this dream for the time being. Faustus, you sort of start to stir. You hear something outside, And as the world begins to come back to you, and you're in that, like, good sleep, you know, where you wake up and it's like, no, and you're, like, clawing your way back. Like, but you hear, Renori outside, and you can't make out what she's saying, but she is screaming. She's yelling, and she sounds panicked. No one else in the room seems to be awake.
Okay. I think what Faustus would do is just grab a dagger.
Okay. You have Fang at your side.
And his bracers, because their light armor can be equipped for, like, I think, like, pretty quickly. So he's going to then, I mean, he can bonus action and action dash just every round kind of thing. He's gonna just book it, just bolt straight to the outside door.
Okay.
Ping where Renori's at.
You burst outside. You don't immediately see her. You can sort of looking around, dagger at the ready, and then you hear her voice from off to the right, and you curve around the house and down towards the seaside, and you see Renori. Renori, what are you up to right now?
Probably this. Bear with me, everyone. She's having a moment. She would probably, like, be knee deep in the water, kind of, like, looking, trying to, like, see if there's any live animals around.
Roll me an investigation check, please.
26.
Okay. Tide. Ouch.
Oh.
I'm gonna be doing that for a while.
Well.
I know. Faustus, you run up as Renori is sort of awkwardly splashing around. Renori, there are a few fish, and in fact, one large blue fish sort of comes up to your legs very quickly, and then dashes away into the distance, and something about it just, you don't get the feeling that that was Tide.
Damn it! Tide! She's gonna keep... And then she'll stop and, like, look up at the sky and be like, God damn it!
A deep, deep unease and dread begins to build in the pit of your stomach. You can't find him anywhere.
Fuck.
Faustus,
What?
you would approach her at this moment.
Yeah, so as I'm coming up on her, are you still shouting, like, for Tide periodically? Like, would I have heard that as I got closer? That she's...
You would have heard it because just as you are, like, within touching distance of me is when Renori would start being like, fuck, like, switching from Tide's name to that.
What's wrong? Where's Tide?
Gone.
Faustus puts his hand up, and Lilith, like, crawls out of his sleeve, like, around his arm, like, spirals up and shoots off into the sky, and just goes, like, straight up, basically, and he's going to kind of, like, he's gonna go, his eyes are gonna go white, he puts a hand on, like, Renori's shoulder, and, like, going up high and trying to just get, like, a circular ping, looking for, like, anything in the area kind of thing.
Roll me a perception check for Lilith.
Renori will hold on to him. Oh, you totally can't hear me when you're like this, huh? Yep. Great. I was about to tell you some more stuff, but
Let's see what we can see from a different vantage point. He's whispering to himself because he cannot hear you.
I know. Renori is just like, right, well, you know, maybe this'll work and then it'll be fine anyway.
Not great. So that's gonna be...
Jake's hacking into the mainframe.
I know, I can see it.
I am hacking into the mainframe.
I can see it.
Uh,
You're fine, it gives me a chance to enjoy my cookies.
that is only an 8. I was trying to find the correct modifier, but yeah, that's only an 8.
Wah wah.
Yeah, as Lilith, she soars up into the air, and she does get a very good aerial view, but it is incredibly zoomed out. You do see one figure approaching through her eyes, but Renori, you see Kip coming up to you. Faustus, you can make out the general, like, size ratio from Will's vantage point. It's probably not him, but you can't make out who it is at the moment, although they don't seem threatening. You don't...
I see someone coming, but I don't think it's tied.
Can you? Oh, God damn it! You can't hear me. Renori will just start patting Faustus like over and over again. Like, come on.
I'll pop out of it.
Yeah, you don't. You just see the immediate village area.
Okay, so there's this, and Renori will sludge like out of the water back onto land because she doesn't want to get the letter soaking wet, and she'll take it out of her pouch. Tide left this. When I grabbed it, it was still fresh. And it says that his other family needs him more right now. And that Raven and I need to not trip while he's gone.
Well, of course, because he knows I wouldn't trip.
Okay. And Renori will just shove Faustus.
You could try.
You hear,
She will.
Okay. You do hear,
Backflip.
as Faustus is having his Power Rangers moment, you hear heavy footfalls, and you see the towering figure of Kip as he sort of awkwardly jogs up to you. I heard a lot of yelling. I just wanted to make sure everything was all right. And you see a very large axe that is strapped to his back. He's not wearing anything else. You see, like, he has this, like, armor. He's not naked. He's wearing the usual, like, crop top and very comfortable pants, but not really any sort of...
Like, maybe some gray joggers?
Actually, yes. And I'm very aware of what that means. It's a two-sided, it's a double-sided axe, and it sort of has a...
So, gray joggers, are his pecs just out?
No, he's wearing, like, it's like a turtleneck crop top, and you've seen him in this before. It's not like a sweater.
I just wanted the full mental theater image, you know?
Uh-huh.
Like, for the professionalism in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
His clothing sounds like the most Mad Max Fury Road. Like the neck is covered, but not the midriff. Like,
Yes.
Wild. I love it.
Yes. He's a funky guy. You see this mother of pearl encrusted axe, like the entire thing just sort of has like an iridescent shimmer to it. And you see like the leather sort of harness that it's attached to. And
yeah, Renori would stop comedically still trying to swipe after Faustus as Faustus just like somersaults away every time. She's just following after him, trying to get him. She'd stop
I rolled a 25
when
acrobatics check.
you backflip out of the way.
I'm not gonna get you. But but it's gonna be happening anyway. Once Kip speaks up, she'll stop and like straighten herself up. Well, friends, that you happen to also know well, Tide, left us. Well, you know, he kind of did to us what he did to you, except at least we got a note.
You see a flash of just like really, really earnest sadness pass over his face, and then you see him kind of like school it back for a moment, just like Right, yeah. I'm sorry about.
No, see,
No,
no, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have phrased it that way. I am an asshole.
it's really okay. It's really
Like,
okay.
chronically.
Can I mean, do you know you have any leads? Do you like I could help you look for 'em, maybe? I was sort of out traveling for a while. I know my my way around in general, sort of.
I really appreciate that, Kip. I think he doesn't want us to find him right now. So I'm starting to think that the right thing to do would be to let him go.
I'm really sorry. And he sort of just pats you on the shoulder and he looks over to you, Faustus, and just gives you like a nod.
I find it difficult to understand what could be more important than preventing the end of the world, but I understand that Tide knows himself and us and his family better than we do, because we don't know his family, I guess. He would know best where he's needed. Usually
I think
good judgment, I guess.
I think that
Oh no, wait, uh-oh. Renori, we don't have good judgment, you and I, usually, and Raven not so much either, most of the time.
right. Okay.
Tide was sort of a moral conscience to the group in a way.
No, all right.
He sort of held us back from some of our worst plans and our worst behavior, I think.
I don't think you're giving
it's gonna
my...
get a little.
Faustus is right, Renori.
All right.
You know,
Faustus. I don't think you're giving my improvement as a person enough credit.
Kip takes a slow step back.
Yeah, stay out of this.
I didn't say anything.
Right, but Renori, like, I know how much I've improved as a person, and I'll still stab people, so that doesn't necessarily make us not dangerous to each other.
Well, I think it's great that we're dangerous if we're trying to prevent the end of the world.
Yes, but I guess I'm
think
curious to see how this affects the balance of things. And you watch his head, which is normally tilted. He says, "I'm curious to see how this affects the balance of things." It kind of twitches like a little bit towards like a heavier tilt. Like,
I would just like to think that Tide left and phrased things the way he did because he believes, and knowing Tide knows, that we're capable of doing this without him, at least for a little while. Because he did say, "It's see you later," which is like what everyone who's abandoning you for the rest of your life always says on the way out, but whatever.
Renori, I think you might have forgotten to read. Was there another, like a PSS with a shout out to Faustus, or?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Right.
That's fine. I wasn't necessarily expecting there to be one. I just...
No, right here, it says, "Not everything's about you."
You look up from reading, and Lilith's little snake head is poking out and looking down at the note, and my eyes are white.
It says... It says... And Renori just gently flicks Lilith's little nose, but it's very gentle. It's just like a little beak.
She sort of just, like, takes it like a boop, and just sort of, like, looks stunned for a second, and then just, like, looks to Faustus.
I love the noodle.
Well, I think we should And Kip, you're welcome to join us, but I think we should just... We're not gonna find him.
Well,
And
if
he doesn't want us to.
if he felt this was what he needed to do, I mean, I would only be concerned if he was going against his will. If he's going of his own volition, we're not gonna stop it, I don't think.
He's already gone. How is there stopping even an option?
I mean, if you found him, you could
Track him?
You could track him, but
Feels like a violation of what he wants.
Was there like a mysterious like scarring to part of his boot that would leave a distinctive footprint? We would know it was his.
no.
Knowing Tide, he turned into an animal and took off, so...
Oh my god, you're so right. He could turn into like a giant eagle and just fail.
I give up.
Exactly what he did.
He turned
It is.
into a hawk, I
sometimes
think.
I forget some of you guys have some magic that's got a little bit more oomph than what I've got.
Okay, Faustus. And Renori will start walking back to...
But I guess I do have this, and he holds up the dagger that he grabbed on his way out, and he sees that it is the dagger that Tessa gave him, and not his fang dagger that he usually favors.
I'm
And he
fine.
didn't until just now.
I'm good. I'm not emotional.
Renori just passively, not even looking back at Faustus as she's walking back to the hut, will unsheath the little dagger at her hip and be like, and I've got this one that you gave me. And then she'll put it right back in.
You're right, we're basically equals.
You both head back into the house.
In all respects.
What are both of you doing now that you're awake? Are you going to go back to sleep/trance, or are you entering the back room at all?
For Renori, she'll probably just sit on the couch going over some of her books.
All right.
Reading.
Faustus?
Faustus will probably awkwardly stand in the room for
In
a few minutes.
the room where everyone's
before we,
sleeping?
No, just in the room with Renori.
Oh.
Just kind of trying to figure out what to do next, and he's just well, I guess back to sleep. So he just eventually wanders back to sleep. But he's he did just wake up from a deep sleep.
You're welcome to
So,
stay out here. Good night.
I was contemplating it, but I think I probably need the sleep.
I mean, you can sleep. Alright, yep. Sleep well. Enjoy the cuddle pile.
If you ever want to read, sort of in or on the cuddle pile, it's...
I'm not sure the cuddle pile is for me yet.
I think Ripley would make a great chair.
It's not that.
You're into that sort of thing?
Okay. See,
I'm
we were
not
here.
Big beefy women and sitting in their lap. Yes. How is that a question?
Sarah, your
100%.
open thirst for this entire family is my favorite part of this arc.
That's my snooze new for us all.
I do wanna say, sorry, just real quick. Raven, instead of taking the position she assumes the last cuddle pile, would have probably sought to be next to Faustus this time around.
Okay. So, Faustus, actually, sorry, Kristen, you wanted to say something?
Oh, Renori was just going to say, I mean, I don't doubt that Ripley would make a great chair. It's just the whole... I just don't know that that's something I would enjoy or feel comfortable doing, is being in that pile. That's all.
That's interesting. Can I ask why?
Oh.
If that's prying, you don't have to answer. I was just curious.
No, it's okay. Just contrary to what all of you would probably make fun of me for because of Casper. I am not great at physically being around other people. Physicality, touching, hugs is difficult for me. Because the last people I really open like that with fucked me over in summary, and in drow culture specifically, which is one of the few things I got to learn about who I am and where I come from. Touching, but specifically anywhere in the neck or face area is it's a big deal. And I guess that stuck with me because it was the one thing I read about myself in school that I was like, oh, that's where I come from. So then when my best, yeah, it makes me anxious.
So you feel about physical intimacy the same way I feel with emotional intimacy.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, I'll leave you to it then. I don't want to push you to do something you wouldn't feel comfortable doing. But you're always welcome.
Maybe someday. Thanks, Faustus.
I miss Jake so much. I'm so glad that we have you back. Faustus, as you head back into the...
He'll go back to sleep and tuck his dagger under his pillow.
Oh.
Raven does the thing where like she was probably a little bit like what the fuck in her like physicality when like there was no longer a body next to her. So Faustus is going to resume his
slide.
same
You start to
place.
slide out of position in the puddle, and
Yeah, if Faustus resumes his place, she's probably going to like in her sleep like draw a little closer to him.
As you come in, you see Tessa, who...
Don't cuddle too close, there's a dagger.
God, kill a PC in their sleep. Alright, Sarah, new character. As you come into the room, you see Tessa, who initially, when everyone had laid down to rest, had, like before, sort of ended up at the periphery of everything. You see she's now seated against the wall, sort of in the back corner, and you see she's like asleep, but you just see where she like has one knee up and like an arm draped over it and like head leaning, like she was waiting for something. That's the looking for dice face.
Just goes to sleep.
That's what I thought. Alright, so you're able to tuck back in. There's a Faustus-shaped hole in the pile that you're able to reunite with. And Vernori, you're able to read through the night, having already gotten your rest. The next morning, Raven, you sort of fumble your way out of the fog of your mind as the dream begins to shed from you. It is pretty late morning. A hectic day. You all kind of crash. Even Faustus, as you awake, it's probably around 11. So it's just sort of everyone's sort of up and about, and you can hear there's a general thrum of life and noise sort of outside of the house as the now humongous population of people who have been displaced are also up and going about their day. everyone in the pile begins to sort of wake those who aren't already. Like, John seems to have woken before any of you and has situated next to Tessa and sort of reading, and she's awake and sort of looking over his shoulder as he reads. They're talking about something very quietly, but it seems like a positive conversation. Ripley passed the fuck out. Absolutely zonked. And she still kind of has an arm around, who else is here? No, I was gonna say she has an arm around Casper and Boomstick, but that's not how arms work. She's sort of just like asleep T-posing because the people she was holding have now left her arm, so she's just kind of like Jesus on the floor, asleep. And Casper and Boomstick are sort of oriented near her, spooning, which is really sweet, and holding hands. Also passed the fuck out. You don't see Renori in the room. Raven, Faustus, you would probably know, unless Renori, you want to make your way back in.
I just had a question of, do we know where Brock and the dad are?
The dad didn't stay with us. I was confused about where Brock was as well.
Brock was.
Raven tried to keep.
Brock did not.
Raven offered.
Brock did not sleep in the room with you all now, so you don't have a visual currently, and he did not say where he was sleeping.
Renori would have stayed out reading.
Okay, yeah. So everyone begins to wake. You do hear, and Renori, you see her because you are in the front room. But those of you in the back room, you do hear the very beautiful, like, someone who can really sing but never formally took lessons. Just this really sweet hum that carries across the air and sort of curls into the back room. And Renora, you watch as Iselda is just beginning to sort of pack up some, like, spices and just a few other odds and ends, and you can smell food that has been prepared as well outside in the communal pots. She has a loaf of bread that she sat on the table, and seeing you gave you a nice little wave, but she's been sort of in and out of the front room since very, very early. So we'll come back to Renori in a second. Faustus and Raven, you've just woken. What are you up to?
Do we actually have to get up?
You know, the cuddle pile is great. Sometimes, depending on where you end up in it, you end up with a lot of hardwood directly underneath you. You can get a little bit. Oh, I think I rolled over on my dagger hill in the night. And
Raven at like the hardwood thing, like you feel her sort of tilt her head, and she just like chortles under her breath, like what?
You know, the floor.
That sounds like the ideal cuddle puddle to me.
Okay. Alright.
Alright, pigeon.
I'm making an out of character joke.
Yeah, Raven will kind of like sit up and blink a little bit. And then she'll sort of like do that thing where like she just scratches the back of her head, and then will kind of like run her fingers through her hair to sort of untangle it as best as she can. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough.
Huh? Do you want my attention, Raven?
I'm signaling to Liz about something that
No.
I also forgot about until this very moment.
No, I knew from the second you said hair, and I was waiting for you to finish, and I thought that pause was you thinking, and so I stayed quiet, and you were just staring at me. But the cough was really worth waiting for. It really was just great. Faustus, you notice, and the past few days have been sort of a whirlwind. You notice there's a little bit more white in Raven's hair than there was. When you all first met, she kind of only had, like, the streak in the front, but there's a lot coming, not a lot, but like there's some coming in at the back as well. It has like the impression of like roots in reverse, like sort of
Like if you were blonde but dyed your hair black.
exactly.
The roots are coming in.
But it's
Oh, the roots are coming in white.
yeah,
Okay.
that sort of image. And it
Raven,
just
I
like
know-
catches your eye.
Raven, I know my new hairstyle, and this whole black and white thing is very. Yes, I am setting trends, but to directly copy exactly what I did just seems sort of garish.
What?
Your hair, the white.
The what? And then she will look for a mirror.
There isn't really one hanging in the room.
What?
Uh,
Okay.
Let's see. And he sort of looks closely at you, and he holds his hand up, and he'll do a minor illusion and get as close as he can of basically a picture of Renori.
Oh, Raven.
Not Renori,
Raven.
Sorry.
That would have been funny though.
It's the R names.
It's about to happen, and anyway. I'm not saying that Sarah and I both
like
have
Bex and
drafted
Bax.
characters that have the same letter for their
Again.
first name again,
Again.
but
But
I think that's a fun thing to do.
Raven will kind of be like, okay, and then she'll be like,
If this wasn't on purpose, what are the odds that both of our hair change like half black, half white at the same time? Almost
this
the
was
same time.
not on purpose.
Sort of serendipitous.
Yeah. Raven.
You've seen that stage play?
Raven closes her eyes, goes, and mutters under her breath, nightmares, cult, hair, and then, like,
I
she's
don't have
listing them
context
off.
for what you're saying.
She'll list them out loud, and she'll just be like, right, I'm having nightmares. It's repetitive and honestly irritating at this point, but it's fine.
Fixated on something in particular? Or
Yes, it's a long story, but yes, it's a long story. And then, just in general, the cult things. Now this, and then she'll like drag her hair forward and be like looking at it. And it's very like ungraceful, just like just this.
Oh, it's
massive-
everywhere.
Yeah.
But it
And
is
she's,
white.
like, looking at it. And she just go, okay, this is fine. This is fine.
it could be bad, but it's not because you pulled it off.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not.
Change
No.
isn't so bad.
I'm not worried about it being white as to worrying about why it is doing this. It's a good look. And then she'll wink at him, and then she'll sort of like exit because the call of her stomach is now stronger than the anxiety in her brain.
All right. As you
My
exit,
existence!
Faustus,
My
what are you
existence,
doing?
Moving from anxiety to eating, and then back to anxiety, and then to sleeping.
Same. So Faustus, Raven exits. So what are you up to?
I would probably just exit as well, just heading for the breakfast direction.
Okay, so Renori, you see, so Isolda brings in a loaf of fresh baked bread, and she sort of cut it into very thick slices. Not quite sourdough, but it's like really crumbly, but the inside's really soft. And it has that really nice fresh baked bread smell. And she set out like a small assortment of like jams. There's honey, a much smaller assortment of fruit than what you previously had, but still it's there nonetheless. And then she says she just kind of like, there's a lot of hungry people outside, so I'm gonna go help them out, but I hope this is enough to tide y'all over. There will be, we're working on replacing what's in the pots outside, so just check out in like a few minutes, but here's this. Tell everyone I said good morning, and good morning to you as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And honestly, Renori, thank you for what you did. And she's gonna slide out.
Renori's just gonna not even
just apologize
deal.
for giving us free food.
Yes, she did. Because she's a sweetheart, and I love her.
Yeah, nothing registered for Renori at all. So much happened that she was like, you shouldn't be apologizing. Why are you thanking me? Yeah, like, it's just too much at once. So, she's gonna go back to being crisscross applesauce at the corner of, like, the little couchy thing. And she'll have, like, one piece of bread in one hand, and then we'll have her spell book levitating with the other hand and flipping through it. Just vibing.
As soon as you settle back into a vibe, here come Faustus and Raven. You see, y'all see the bread, and the various spreads. There's like some grapes, a few pieces of mango, but not a whole mango, a few apple slices, a lot less than what she had given before, but it's all still there on the table. You don't see Iselda, but you do see Renori vibing.
Raven looks at all the food, quickly does excellent math, and goes, where's Tide?
Oh, Tide's gone.
Oh my god, Faustus! I just realized.
Renori, I mean, you hear this. You're right there.
What?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you.
The book.
The whole waking up to your hair being a different color thing distracted me a little bit. It's not 100% my fault that I forgot that Tide was gone.
Hold on, wait, Raven's going to respond to that.
That is the most succinct, charismatic apology from Faustus I think we've had in forever.
Yeah. And to note that, Raven will go, she'll like shove him like on his shoulder and will be like, flirting now is not the time, and then she'll draw her attention back to Renori. Because she'll take it as Raven is just so distracting.
Renori will slam the book shut, stand up, put the book back in its holster, and walk over and pull out the letter and just give it to Raven.
Raven reads it, gets to the PS part, and is just like, well,
I mean, if you want to rip
forged
it, I
for
can
me.
use mending to put it back together, you know?
No.
I thought
No.
about ripping it, you know?
It's just that because of the PS, we know it's not a forgery of any kind. Because this is very tight. And she'll like read over and over again about how he has a family that needs him a little bit more, and she'll just go, like, you'll see her like in her hand twitchings that she is anxious about something. Matthew with the 5 kids.
Mercer?
Oh my god!
Huh?
Sorry, dungeon glitch.
Oh, that's Matthew.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh my
My
god.
brain also went to Mercer, and I'm not, like,
God damn it.
I was like, I mean, Matt sounds like the guy that would give 5 gifted subs.
I didn't
but,
even
like,
hear
how
the
did he
gifted
get
sub
it?
part. I was just like, okay, I'm with you. I know he's not here, so he must be somewhere. I thought he did something hot on Twitter. Anyway, thank you so much, Matt, for the 5 gifted.
I mean, Laura did. I'm still on my knees about her
Same.
purple hair dye.
On my knees outside her home with a boombox.
I would go check out Laura Bailey's Twitter right now.
No, I saw it earlier
Oh,
today.
don't worry, Jake and I have been having...
We've been texting about it?
Anyway, what were we even talking about? Oh yeah, Raven's reading the letter.
Hi, Scott.
Raven's reading through the letter, and you can tell that she's getting anxious about something. She takes a deep breath and exhales and goes, "If he doesn't come back, I might hunt him down and kill him."
Renori, seeing the anxiety go over Raven, will just gently place a hand on her shoulder. Yeah, and also if I find out that he dies, I'm gonna bring him back to life and then kill him again. So...
Save a spell slot from me, sister. Bring him back a second time, I'll put him right back down again.
Faustus say this, or was that a Jake aside?
Yeah, that let's say Faustus said it maybe a little bit differently than that. It's pretty out of character phrasing.
Sister?
The sister part really got it.
It really went from, like, Jake to, like, 1930s radio host, which was really great.
Sure did.
Sister?
I'm glad you guys were able to enjoy that.
Raven, where she's holding the letter, it's slightly crumpled from her grip, and then she'll just fold it back in half, and between two fingers, we'll just sort of give it back to Renori.
Renori will take it and stash it. I tried, when I woke up, the ink was fresh, and I ran out screaming for him, and then Faustus sent Lilith to look up top. The only weird thing I was able to find is that tree that I got stuck in is burned to a crisp. So... And I don't know if anyone else here knows anything that happened, but Boomstick's here now, and she wasn't here when we went to bed.
Is Boomstick in the room?
Mm-hmm. She and Casper are still sleeping.
Oh, they're still sleeping.
Yeah. Them and Ripley, they're all still asleep, because no one woke them up.
Yeah.
Liz, just your matter of fact, no one woke them up.
Yeah. I have characters who are not morning people, and I know this very well about them.
Faustus will cast message to Casper.
Okay.
And just say, "Wake up, Casper."
Okay.
Raven is going to be stomping to the other room. She's hangry right now.
There's bread
Casper
right
again.
there.
Casper, wake up.
She's too angry. It's too late.
Casper, it's time for breakfast. Casper, wake up.
You hear a faint in the seconds between this, just a muffled scream, and then a slap. Raven, you're stopping to the back room. By the time you get there and open the door, Casper and Boomstick are having a very angry, whispered back and forth, and the side of Casper's face is red.
Raven's animosity is slightly taken
Hinged
aback.
by curiosity.
Ampered.
Yeah, and like the slightest bit of respect. It's just like a rule for Raven that whenever someone slaps a man, she's just like, okay, I see, like, okay. Like still, like what would have happened if she had not seen the after effects of Boomstick slapping Casper is that like her irritation would have resulted in her like kind of shouting a little inadvertently, but she's just like, Boomstick.
Raven?
Kind on. And I have a strong inkling that you have more information as to why that is than we do. So, breakfast is ready if you would like to join us. And then she's going to smile in a way that like really emphasizes the fact that Raven has no iris or pupils and that kind of like blank white stare, and turn around and leave.
All right. After a few moments, the heavy footfalls of 3 separate people, one being an absolute unit, approach the front of the house, and you see a very sleepy Ripley, almost very like there's just like an innocence to it. Like she's humongous and she's still like duck under the door frames, but she's sort of just like pushing the heel of her hand into her eye, and her hair's a little bit fuzzy. And she would have. She's not wearing the clothing that you saw her in before. She's wearing a set of pajamas. They look like silk, but they're not. Like, they're more probably like cotton, but they look like those silk pajama kind of sets. And they have they're blue, and they have little yellow ducks printed on them.
Raven, in affection towards Ripley, when she sort of makes her way and like catches up to us, Raven will sort of reach her hand up to cup like Ripley's face a little bit in like a like welcome, and like her thumb will kind of rub against Ripley's cheekbone, and then she'll kind of like put her hand down.
She kind of like half yawns, half smiles, and she gives you a very quick hug, and sort of trudges her way over to the table, still kind of waking up. Casper, Boomstick is like trying very hard to hide and disappear behind Casper, who looks very irritated as he makes his way to the front room.
Would the slap mark still kind of be visible?
Yeah, he's pale. All my player characters are white. Are black, but my NPCs are not. So he has the curse of no melanin.
It broke me. Renori will walk over to him and like cup the cheek that has the imprint on it and be like, "So, why does my boyfriend have a slap mark on his cheek?"
Are you asking Boomstick? Or are you asking Casper?
She's asking the room.
You don't get a response.
I believe Boomstick slapped him. I don't know why.
Renori pushes Casper to the side.
Raven's
Demeanor shift. And looks at Boomstick. Would you care to elaborate?
For me to quickly interject that I was whispering in Casper's ear and asking him to wake up and come to breakfast, and that might have... It seems like the timing might have...
I'd just like to know from the person who actually did the slapping.
Casper's just sort of like, thanks Faustus, but like seems genuinely grateful, not being shady. Boomstick just sort of rolls her eyes, and she just kind of goes over to the table and takes a piece of bread and begins eating it. And she doesn't address any of the questions in the room.
It's not an answer, and Renori will follow her.
She, after a bite, very slowly finishes the bite of bread, puts the bitten slice down on the table, folds her hands in her lap, and she looks over at both of you. She looks over, like, the sort of gathering in the room, and there are tears in her eyes. I just had what might have been one of the worst days of my life in a very, very long time. And I just need a fucking second. Is that okay? Can I have a fucking second? Please?
I don't know. Can Tide afford a second? Like, is he safe? Is he like, what's going on?
Oh,
Is
and
it kind of
I'm sorry, the person who talks poorly about us, saying that we make it about ourselves all the time, is unwilling to see how things are happening shittily for all of us. I know you got to miss out on the terrifying plant fight that happened back in the Citadel, which in the middle of I may or may not have ended up impaled a couple of times. So, I understand that things might not be phenomenal for you right now, and we can hold space for that. But I'm gonna need you to be willing to hold space for us too, and how we're really fucking concerned about our friend who disappeared in the middle of the night.
About halfway
I couldn't
through,
have said that better myself. And Raven will kind of like lean back, kick her feet kind of like up on the table, and like grab a slice of fruit and like will start to eat it.
about halfway through that, Renori, Boomstick throws the chair out, and it is incinerated. And
So,
she just stands there with her fists clenched and lets you finish.
So, the tree was you.
Yeah, Tide's gone, okay? Tide's gone. And I'm the fucking asshole who didn't wake you up to tell you. He's gone, and I couldn't get him to stay because he had to leave. Okay? And I'm sorry I didn't tell you in the middle of the night. I just thought that maybe you could get some sleep, and I would figure out how to tell you, and then got up before me. He has other matters that he said were more important than us right now. And I saw the look on his face before he left. And it wasn't easy for him to leave, but I know he can take care of himself. And that he's gonna be okay. And she sounds like she's trying to convince herself. So, yeah. He'll be back. He'll be back. He's not leaving forever. He's coming back. He's coming back.
Coming back or not, out of everyone in this room, one of us got to say goodbye to someone we love.
I didn't ask for it to be me. Do you think... Tide asked me to let him go. He asked me, after telling me he wasn't going anywhere, to let him go. I would have given anything to have woken up this morning and seen him not here, and just assume he was another one of those assholes who leaves you behind in the middle of the night. I didn't want to be the one. If I could have put you in my position, I would have, but he asked me to let him go, and I had to respect that. So be fucking mad at me if you want. I'm used to it. But he asked me to let him go, and I'm going to honor that.
Oh, Boomstick, I'm not angry that you let him go. I would have let him go too if that was his wish. I'm angry you didn't tell us. I'm angry that I woke up in the middle of the night to find a note. I'm really fucking angry at him. Because we veer off everything that we want to do just to go help Ripley with her family. Why the fuck doesn't he think we'd do that for him? I'm pissed off at him. And yeah, I'm angry at you, but not for the reasons you think.
Maybe he knows not only that he needs to be where he is, but we need to be where we are.
Well,
That's
he
how
doesn't
he
get to
explained
be
it to me.
fucking noble on his own without talking to us first.
If any of us was going to be noble on our own without talking to us first, wouldn't it be tied, though?
Yeah, and fuck him for it. I'm pissed. I love him, and I'm pissed.
But
Because
who
I
are you-
want to
who are
be
you-
there for
Who
him.
are you mad at?
I'm mad that apparently he doesn't trust me enough. Never mind. Renori's gonna leave.
Okay.
Gonna go take a walk.
Boomstick sort of just stands there, and she is trembling. And Ripley kind of just crosses the space and takes her in her arms. And Boomstick just stands there, just staring for a moment. Not reciprocating, just stands there. And then she just sort of pushes away. And she looks at you, Raven. Looks at you, Faustus, and just kind of. I'm sorry. I need some air. And she walks out of the house and will go. Renori, where are you going?
Nori was gonna go take a walk and go check out that tree.
Okay. You go up to the tree, and yeah, like I said, it is top to bottom singed. There are a few branches with some like healthy leaves on it still. Quite a few branches with dead leaves. And the ground around it sort of has curved, errant scorch marks around it. In some areas, the earth is actually just like gouged in a little bit from it. And the tree itself, I mean, it doesn't look like it's had chunks taken off of it, but it definitely burned for quite a while.
Okay. Renori would just sit crisscross applesauce a little bit in front of it on the ground.
Okay. Faustus, Raven, you're still in the house. What are you up to? Renori and Boomstick have just left.
Raven will sort of look to Faustus and go, I'm gonna go check on Rory. I don't think it might be more overwhelming if she has to deal with two people rather than just one person.
Okay. You could say I'm not the best at talking and giving emotional support.
I-
know it's true.
That is genuinely not where that was coming from. I
So
meant
good.
what I said.
You're the right person.
Casper curves around both of you and heads outside.
Casper,
Yeah?
I'll go talk to him.
I wasn't going to go to Renori. I know you will.
Okay.
He leaves.
Raven will grab Faustus's hand and earnestly will kind of say, "You are an excellent person to talk to."
Thank you. Not many people feel that way.
Okay. I'm gonna go check on Minori. Because I genuinely meant it when I said that it might be less overwhelming for just one person to approach her.
Yeah, like I came out here for breakfast and a lot happened, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat, I think.
Okay.
That's
All
fair.
right. Enjoy breakfast. I should actually. I'm gonna grab a plate for Renori. I don't know how much she got to eat.
So who would be still here?
Ripley is still
Ripley.
here. Tessa and John are still sort of in the back room. They haven't come out. They're still in the back room. And Ripley's now in the front room. She's grabbed some bread and saw all of that go down and just kind of awkwardly hovered and then slowly sat down.
I think Faustus would probably go, like, wake up Tessa and John then at that point.
Okay.
Since they're the last ones still asleep.
Oh, they're not sleeping. They were just sitting in the room.
Oh, okay. You probably just go back in there and see what they're doing.
Okay. You head into the back room, and they're still where you saw them this morning. They are, Tessa, still kind of in the position she was sleeping in, but now awake, pressed up in the corner, one arm sort of slung over the leg, and John is sitting crisscross next to her, and sort of going through a book, and she's just kind of watching, like, looking at what he's pointing out to her, but he seems to be giving more of a TED talk, that he, like the ADHD, like, I'm talking about my hyperfixation kind of talk, and she's, like, genuinely invested in it. But
just probably pads up very quietly, like, behind Tessa, and just sort of, like, stops and is just, like, listening to John to see what he's talking about.
Okay. He is talking about, there's actually a number of things he could be talking about, so I'm gonna roll a d8. Is that a 6? Yeah. Okay. He is talking about the advent of wild magic, or so told as what he's saying is semi-fictionalized and is correcting the facts in the book, but the advent of wild magic as told through this book that he's reading, you can't see the cover, it does look like a fiction novel, but he's sort of, like, going through it, right? And he'll read out a page, and then he'll go, okay, but, like, this part, right? This is actually really cool because, like, actually, when wild magic was discovered, that this, and, like, he'll do that.
Is John a Scientologist? Is that canon? Is that what we're establishing?
No?
Is he gonna give me literature now?
No?
Oh, okay.
Fuck Scientology, hello? I'm not scared of Tom Cruise. He can come find me. Anywho.
Tom Cruise and all his 5'6"s.
Yes.
Versus your 5'10"ness.
Yes. I am very familiar with the Church of Scientology, unfortunately. And do not agree with it.
No.
No.
I also don't agree with it at all.
No.
I was getting spooked by what he was talking about.
No.
like he was reading into, like, a fiction book, because that's where Scientology comes from, is a series of fiction books by L. Ron Hubbard. So I was like, is he reading a bunch of fiction books and making his own, like, history?
No, it seems like what he's talking way too specifically for it to feel that it feels much more like someone wrote a book loosely based on fact, and he's pointing out where the fact is.
It's been peer reviewed.
Yeah.
It's not crackpotty. He's actually looking at something with real experience.
Exactly. He's just hyperfixation excited about it.
I thought this was like, have you guys seen the show The Magician?
Yes.
Like with Quentin's obsession with Fillory. I
No.
I was doing that.
No.
We're good.
Okay.
That show really makes me hate one character so viscerally every single season, and it changes.
That's terrible writing.
Sounds like Lost.
So yeah, you catch bits of this conversation, and Tessa seems like amused at his enthusiasm, but also genuinely invested. They both do not notice you because those perception rolls were shit. You just standing?
Yeah, he's just standing and listening.
Okay.
Until somebody notices him.
I love Faustus so much.
Let me see if I can find. Where's my Tessa D20? Oh, there she is. No, that's not her. There she is. And we'll use Ripley's for John.
Are you doing a stand thing in the back, just like pretending to be Faustus, Kristen? Is that what that is? Okay.
About halfway through the next page, Tessa sort of just turns over her shoulder. Doesn't seem startled to see you, but just smiles up at you.
I message so that it doesn't interrupt John talking, but I just whisper to Tessa, there's breakfast out there. If you want some.
I'll come grab some in a moment.
Okay. head back out. He's gonna go grab some breakfast.
Okay. In literally a moment, you hear Tessa go, "Why don't we do this over bread?" And John goes, "Bread!" And,
Your ADHD.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
food and
god, she
eating
distracted
is
him with
a thing.
bread. Just so you guys know, if you ever need to distract me for any reason, bread will work.
it works on me. This is true. And within a few reasonable moments, the two of them make their way out to the front room. But by that point, John has, like, sort of reined in the hyperfixation spiel and is now focused on the bread. And Tessa just kind of takes a piece and splits it, hands half to you. You just go stare at her. There we go. I could not see your hand until it made it to your face, and I was like, okay, this is Faustus. And yeah, a sort of pleasant hush falls over the front room of Iselda's house. Going back outside Raven, it is pretty easy to see Minori at the base of the tree.
Raven would have probably been on her way towards that tree.
Yeah. Like, it as soon as you exit the house, you see where she is, so you're able to make your way up to her.
Oh, Raven will slowly approach, and will kind of meander her way silently, and just have her arms sort of clasped behind her back, and Rinori sat down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Raven will kind of kneel so that her butt isn't touching the ground, but she's like on even eye contact level with Rinori.
Mm-hmm.
And
like next to her? Or in
yeah,
front of
kind
her?
of like next to her.
Okay.
And she'll just sort of be like, I get if you don't want to talk about it, but I'm here. And if you'd rather be alone, we could be alone together.
Talk about what? Because, I mean, like, to be fair, there's a lot to talk about.
I was sort of talking about the immediate concern with everything with Ty.
Oh, you mean how someone I considered family decided it was better to not even gift me a proper goodbye before leaving in the middle of the night for God knows how long, but then decided to confide in the one person he's actually been confiding in this whole time, despite my continued attempts that only make me feel like a failure as a human being and friend. That person then also doesn't decide to grace us with any information. Oh, and also slapped my boyfriend, which I'm still unclear about why, but I'm still very angry about. I didn't even trust us enough to ask us for help or tell us directly what was going on.
Rinori, I understand how you feel, because I'm in the same position. But I can't help but think that if there was a way for me to get rid of the whole there's an entire cult trying to actively murder me, and I found out about it, I'm not good at goodbyes either. Even if, like he wrote, they're more of just a see you later.
But it doesn't.
And I probably wouldn't have told any of you because I know that you would offer your help, but I wouldn't want you guys to help me with a problem that I would feel like is my own.
That's the whole point about being in relationship with people, is to help each other out. That those things that were just your problem don't have to be anymore. Is it hard as fuck for me to think, yeah, while we're in the middle of saving the world, we're gonna swing by Faustus's connections just to find out what happened to my home? I, for a long time, didn't want anyone else to be a part of that. But being around you all has made me stronger, has let me be surrounded by people different from me, but also brilliant and strong and unique. There are so many things in the world that shouldn't have to be done alone. Punishing yourself almost into having to deal with these scary, sometimes dangerous, other times anxiety-inducing things, forcing yourself into a space of having to do that alone, that's not something that has to happen anymore for any of us, and I know all of us are used to not operating and in a unit, really, at least not recently in our lives. But that's what's great about what we've got now. We don't have to hide in the shadows alone. I just wanted at least a goodbye.
We could give him shit about it when he comes back.
When? When?
Ty doesn't seem like someone who'll go back on his word if he can't help it.
I don't think he would go back on his word of his own choosing.
Well, you're like this cleric now. Isn't the whole thing like you can pray to some higher power and hope that you'll earn the God's favor and they'll protect Ty?
I have got some learning to do still. And she pats, like, the book at her hip. Which is notably, by the way, not a necromancy book. Like, instead of, like, a skull on the front, it has a moon. Whereas previously, she happily touted around her little... She still has them. But that's not what she's been reading lately.
I mean, I do have experience, I guess, religiously, and I still really wouldn't know how to advise you with that because the cult I was a part of were a bunch of fuckwits. And I'll say that to their face.
I'll say that with you before I snap their necks. Yeah, you know, I'm not religious. I just have a contract with Saloon in which it's mutually beneficial. It's a symbiotic relationship.
I see. It's almost like... And she'll say this with affection. She'll be like, it's almost like a warlock pact.
Yeah, except, like, I really hope that she doesn't want to destroy the world. Which actually does bring me to some gossip.
What? Balloon want to destroy the world? What?
Oh, no,
Does Saloon destroy the world?
no. Sorry. You'll see how this is tangentially related in just a second. So you remember before our friend abandoned us in the middle of the night,
We just went over
before, you know, the city exploded with plants and we
so
had
yesterday.
yeah. It feels like so
Tuesday,
long
you mean.
ago. When I grabbed the stone,
Also yesterday.
Okay, Raven. Now is the story part.
Okay. Thinking about your stalling, but if it's the actual story now, I'll listen.
I mean, I wasn't stalling. I was just being triggered by everything that's happened in the last 24 hours. When I grabbed the stone, I thought I was reliving my past. With my home being absolutely obliterated while I hid away. Because it sounded the same. But then I heard Tessa's voice pleading with another entity. Refusing to hand over what seemed to be the stone. And, I don't fully know which version of Tessa I saw. I think it was from where we departed, but regardless, that's why the minute we got back, I cornered Tessa. And we had a conversation. And it would not sit right with me to not tell you this. Even though I feel bad because I just watched you two have a difficult conversation very recently. Tessa, in every timeline, including this one, the person who comes to destroy her home and get power from it, every time, it's Mephisto.
Raven's balance as she was kneeling kind of becomes precarious, and she'll kind of like.
Renori steadies her, like helps her down gently.
Mephisto destroyed Al-Hasar?
As you know, it happens a little bit differently in every timeline. But he's the one that threatens it every time that pushes Tessa or involves Tessa. In some timelines, apparently, she breaks apart a stone and sends it all over the world so that Mephisto can't have the whole stone for his power. That's, I think, what happened in the one that I saw. But that's not the Tessa we're with now.
In this timeline, Mephisto destroyed Al-Hasar.
Hey, Liz, for my keen mind, is that what Tessa told me?
That is what Tessa told you. She
Yes.
confirmed that happened, and the difference that was given to you when you asked her about the stones, trying to discern if she was lying to you, like the other Tessa did, she told you she sat in her grief with her slaughtered homeland, and she didn't backslide. She had to walk away, the only survivor.
I tell Raven this.
I never.
This is not something you could have known. This is... None of us did. You can't know something that someone doesn't tell you.
Yeah. I'm getting to understand
Renori uses, like, her cloak to, like, pat away some of the tears. Just a few of them. Just a little beep, beep, beep.
thank you. Oh God. Of course it's really hot, but they're so hard to breathe in. Oh.
Yeah, like this top thing that I have, like, you'd think that the boob window would create, like, circulation, but actually it just gets, like, trapped down here, you know? Because, like, they're, like, over it. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's hot, yeah.
Just yeah. Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
I mean, like, I really didn't want to. In the sense that, like, this...
Never mind.
No,
Raven has some confusion. She doesn't laugh. That's Sarah laughing.
Renori, like, puts her head in her hands. I have really got to think about delivery before I speak.
Oh, yeah, 1000%.
Okay, alright. What I mean is that it's shitty, and I was worried about how it would affect you, and I also did not want to be a catalyst to cause more issues between you and Tessa, because that has been strenuous, and I don't like seeing either of you in that position.
No.
And also, I was worried that you would somehow find a way to blame yourself for something in all of this, which is incorrect. You are not at fault here.
Oh, no, I don't blame myself at all.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, I prefer that outcome.
Raven can almost feel like the little coin that Mephisto, the Chuck E. Cheese Mephisto coin, like burning a hole in her pocket as she's just like, she really desperately wants answers, but she knows that she probably won't get any from that route. So she just continues and is just like, no, yeah, if Tessa hasn't told me this, can I actually do a wisdom check to see if Tessa had told me this in this timeline at all?
Roll me a wisdom check with disadvantage.
With disadvantage?
Yeah.
And oh wait, I almost added the wrong numbers. A 16.
You don't remember if she's told you this. You try to think on it and it just doesn't come to you. But you start to almost spiral out a little bit because you do remember a moment after you had given up your pact, although that memory is very foggy for you, where she had pulled you aside and said that she wanted to talk about something. But she had been called away by somebody else, and she looked at you with sort of regret. It was a call she had to answer from one of the other crew members, and she just sort of like, we'll talk about this. You don't remember if you ever did or if that was even connected, but that memory stands out to you.
You okay? There's something I can do?
No. Unless your Tessa could have told me this, like, weeks ago.
I'm not Tessa.
No, I know. That was... Sorry.
I know, I just had to do
Yeah.
check in with myself, because who knows? I used to want to be Tessa.
Yeah.
I still admire a lot of things about her. And I still think she's an inherently good person. But I almost think it's healthier that the pedestal's gone now. I don't think she kept this in malice.
No, I don't either. It's just this feeling is tragically familiar.
I know. Maybe she would have told you soon, since she knows. I know now. I mean, to be fair, there's not been, like, a ton of time to talk these couple of days.
No, suppose not.
Are we better people when we give other people the benefit of the doubt?
Maybe. But I know that I haven't lived this long necessarily doing so.
Sometimes it's fun to change things up so far on the journey. I mean, come on, think about the monotony of always not trusting people, you know?
Spice it up.
Spice it up, wear your heart on your sleeve, get it obliterated, you know? I've done it before.
Yeah.
It's,
And maybe, you know what? This is going to be just a, let's just be honest with each other. I don't... Do you like me? Like, as a person?
Renori looks exactly like I look right now. Like, it was as if Renori was a passenger in a car going down a straight road, and suddenly the driver went 180 miles per hour and decided to turn.
Deja vu?
And Renori's like, I am slightly concerned. I didn't hear your question correctly.
asking me to repeat myself, or is
Yeah,
this
because
just
I'm
the cause
almost-
of incredulousness?
No, I'm almost certain I hallucinated, and you must have asked something different.
Are you asking me to repeat myself, or is this still just a moment of incredulousness?
No, I genuinely, there's
Is
no...
this a bit?
Did you...
Raven is short.
Did you actually... Did you actually ask me if I like you?
Yeah.
Let's unpack that.
Maybe that wasn't the best question. It's more like, do you respect me as a person? Is that worse? Is that a worse description?
I mean, it feels a little bit more ambiguous.
It's just
I mean, the
work-
answer to both is yes.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes you terrify me.
and
Respectfully. No.
I'm getting that a lot, that I am intimidating. Well, not a lot, just notably.
It is because out of everyone I have formed relationships or attachments to on and through the Seahawk, building relationships is difficult for me. I don't trust people. But
This is new information.
alright, do you want my answer, or...
Are you going to keep tiptoeing around what you want to say?
Well, there's important context of I don't like forming new bonds because the last time that I had them, bad things happened. And I have abandonment issues. And out of everyone that I have grown very attached to in these last few months, you scare me the most because you seem the most likely to slip away.
Nori, I know what the sting of abandonment feels like. A little all too well. People have chosen to leave. And I can't tell you what a month from now will look like, if we're already done with this quest, or if it's now we're looking into Fishhook's past and helping Fishhook with some sort of quest. I don't know. But I wouldn't just leave your life forever.
Hyde just seems to have set an interesting precedent.
I know.
That sucks. I know, obviously. I'm not a complete fool. I know we're not gonna sail on the Seahawks all together for the end of time into the sunset.
I don't want to. Don't tell Casper this, but I don't know how he just spends so many days in a row on a boat.
We're we're definitely getting a seaside cottage. Anyway, he'll love it. He's very domestic. So I know that that's not a reality. I don't know what I expect. I just know what I fear.
Yeah,
But, like, I like you a lot. And besides Casper, I consider you my closest relationship on the ship. And if it came down to it, I would throw Tessa overboard for you. And I'm illustrating a point.
Okay.
I'd throw anybody, well, not anybody, but I'd throw most people overboard for you. And I don't think I clearly haven't done a good job of showing with my actions how much you do matter to me. So, like, if you need me to throw someone overboard, I mean, like, there's Chad, there's,
Don't tempt.
yeah.
We're just talking about being better people. Why would you tempt me like that? That's like...
I mean, like...
dangling a carrot over a proverbial rabbit who's just sworn off eating carrots.
Like, we could get him back on the boat. I'm sure
Not
Chad
boat.
can swim better than me, right?
I was about to say it would be fairly short-sighted to become a pirate without knowing how to swim, but with Chad, he might genuinely not have thought that far ahead.
I mean, to be fair, I stepped onto the Seahawk and am both afraid of the ocean.
You're
And
afraid
can't
of the
swim.
ocean?
Well, like,
Oh, I just
being-
can't swim.
being, like, in it. Like, on a boat is okay, but, like, the minute I fall in it, I am afraid. I mean, I'm gonna assume that because you even wanted to ask, that means you like me. But I'm also not sure.
Do you like me?
Oh, my?
Faustus is just hanging upside down from the tree.
X no
But
maybe.
do you like me?
X no maybe.
That is a functional sentence in the English vernacular of the place
This is
that I grew
true.
up. It's
Yeah,
to
no,
say
maybe.
like 3 times in a row. It's
Yeah.
to say
Yeah.
like.
Okay, but like, do you
like
like me?
Yeah, yes, Bernard, I do. I think that I thought that you didn't think very highly of me.
No, that is not the case. I do think very highly of you.
Okay.
Not when, like, you're besties with Mephisto.
I mean, I haven't spoken to Mephisto
I know.
in ages. We left off on
Decent terms? I mean, who really wants to burn that bridge, am I right? That's kind of scary.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. It's just...
Kind of bridge that burns back.
Like, I know he's an archdevil, that he's not a nice or good person.
When when someone makes you feel like they are, they might be even a little bit. I mean, even the worst, exactly. Even the worst of people can be good sometimes. To some people.
I don't know. It also feels like I was the reason why I even came and did a warlock pact with Mephisto in the first place was the day I escaped. They were going to kill me. That's not something that I'm expecting. Like, that is something that I know. I was in a really desperate situation, and he saved me.
There's something to be said for someone who helps another person when they're at their most desperate, and what is said about it is either very good or very bad.
I can't help but feel like I was just used.
That may be a truth you have to come to terms with, but I'm not sure. I'm sorry. You came out here to comfort me, and I made you cry. So...
Yeah, you owe me big time.
Well, I mean... Yeah, sure. Do you want some caramel? And Renori will pull out some of the caramel from
Oh, wait, shit, you have some of this?
It started to go hard because it's been a few days.
Renori will like use her palms.
Now
to
it's
warm
sweaty.
It up. God damn
what?
it!
It's totally fine.
It would probably still be good. You remember how good it is. It's just like not the consistency it was when it was fresh anymore.
I'll take some.
It's I think there are certain places that call these Werther's Originales. That's kind of what this tastes like now.
The famous confectionist Werther.
God, I hate that I have to do this in character.
Craving one of his originales as we speak.
I never grew up with candy. I have to take your word for it, I guess, if this is a Werther's.
It's like it. It's not, this is fish hooks, but
Right.
Instead of soft caramel, Werther's Originales are hard, but still caramel. And Renori will break a chunk off and give it to Raven.
Raven will take it, pop it in her mouth, utterly, deeply confused, and will sort of stand up, brush herself off, offer a hand to Renori.
Renori takes it.
Kind of hoists her up, and will just go. As they're walking back towards the cottage, Raven will look to Renori and then will say, by the way, I do
wish to learn how you learn magic just by reading things.
Oh.
We could talk about that when we have more time. It's
No.
just that
I did tell. I just, like, I just want to make sure that everyone's okay now that everyone's awake. And I also forgot, but I did bring, and she's going to like take out like a little satchel that she had that was filled with the fruit and the bread. I did save us some of this.
Oh,
for
good.
breakfast.
I mean, Tide's not here, so I hope there's some left, but, I'm far more interested in the magic conversation. Just
Yeah.
quickly, I do have extra parchment that you can use to transcribe spells, and I have been told I'm a very good teacher, so,
I've been told I'm a very good student.
fantastic. We will continue this conversation soon.
And I assume you're going into the cottage?
Yes.
Okay. On that note, we are going to take our break. So, if you've been hanging out with us for so long, thank you. I know we usually do our break a little bit earlier than this, so I hope you're able to hang out. But this is an excellent time to stretch, get some water, get a snack. If taking meds is a good decision for you and you have not taken those meds today, and it would be healthy and safe for you to take those meds at this time, I am reminding you to do so. And yes, please check your posture as well, because I just did that. My entire back is very mad at me. So we will be back in
We've been shrimping.
We have been shrimping. We will be back in just a few moments. And yeah, I love this. I love character moments. It just warms my heart. We will be right back. See you soon.
the whole mommy daddy dynamic was peak.
Mm-hmm.
I love how it.
You lose confidence in the bit before you end the sentence. I was going with it. I was like, yeah, I could call you mommy. I mean, what? Yeah.
Anyway,
The way the bit just died so sadly without fight was really something.
But that was like the intention. I wanted to like just drop it, you know?
Okay, yeah,
It
no,
went
we'll
gently.
workshop it.
Not fight.
Yeah, we'll workshop it. Welcome back. We're back from our break. Welcome in, Gamer Day. I hope you settle in. We just came back from our halfway point break. Yeah, welcome into chat. Make sure you read the rules, and I hope you enjoy sticking around. Okay, so Raven and Renori, having just finished this conversation, you head back towards the cottage, and we're going to hop over to Faustus. So Tessa had split a piece of bread with you, and you sort of are able to pick through as much of the loaf that's left as you'd like. And what little bit of fruit is there on the table, but is there anything else you would like to do in the meantime? Raven's gone for quite a bit, and so is Casper.
Let's see, who's here? It's me, Tessa, Ripley, and John.
Yes.
I actually think Faustus, after hearing John talk earlier about what he was talking about, he's not gonna do it at first, but he's legitimately curious to hear more because he just like is curious about arcane stuff. And like Renori tends to be kind of like protective of her spell books and her magical knowledge. Like when he tries to peek at it, she's like kind of protective of it. And so someone being open about magical knowledge they have is actually kind of exciting, but he doesn't want to seem fanboy-ish.
Okay.
And so he's like sort of like standing up. He's like, "So John, you were talking about some reading you were doing earlier. It sounded interesting."
Oh, yeah. And he kind of opens this book, and it's like a faded canary yellow. Like the cover's seen a lot of wear, and it has one of those canvasy kind of covers, so it's like cardboard underneath, and you can see where the corners are beginning to tear just from how either age or use. And the pages have yellowed a bit, and the ink is sort of faded at the edges, but he like very openly kind of sidles up next to you so you can see. So when these sort of like strange happenings began going on, and I didn't really have a whole lot of control over it, and I was kind of by myself, and so I was like, well, what would Mom do? And Mom was like super into books, and we had a bunch of her books, so I started cracking open some of her books, and I found this, and it's like, I don't know, it's like super interesting, and I don't know if it's quite what's happening to me, but it's like adjacent. I'm reading about wild magic, which I don't know if you know what that is.
Most of the magic I've interacted with could not really be described as wild, I don't think. Much more structured, sort of summoned by thy will into your intent in a very specific and structured way.
Right. So take that concept, okay? But inherently it is chaotic. You still summon the magic forth off of will, but it can be instinctual or it can be intentional, and it's just raw magic. It's not refined, like in the way that, I don't know, as an example, someone who's more trained perhaps by spell books would read an incantation and know exactly what it does and summon it forth. Wild magic is more tapping into your internal magical force and not knowing what's gonna happen and being able to shape a general wild chaotic force to your whim. It's fascinating, and it's not from here. And I don't know. I just find it really interesting. It's like someone who wields wild magic could conceivably, in an outcome of 1 out of 6, any of those 6 options could be a boon for combat, or there could be 1,000 possibilities, and some of them bad, some of them harmless, some of them good. It's just opening up a door to possibility. So, sorry, I started rambling. But yeah, that's what I'm reading.
Sounds powerful.
It is. A lot of wild magic users don't live very long.
Faustus is sitting there, and he's like kind of spaced out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's big braining, trying to think about like why would wild magic be different? Like, why is it different than the more organized magic? Like, what's the distinction between them? And like, is there a way? Maybe there is a way to train. It would just be a different way of training. Like, just like how training with a dagger is different than training with a pen. Like, he's just thinking about he's like trying to like comprehend the differences. He's not.
Are you searching for an answer, or are you just sort of musing?
He's just sort of musing, and he's trying to like formulate a question to ask John.
Okay.
And he's just like, he sort of just like looks at the other people in the room, and he just kind of like gets a little bit closer to John, and he says like, if I show you something that I could do, would you be willing to show me something you could do?
I would love that, of course.
All right, I'd be interested to see that.
Oh, do I go first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then he closes the book and sets it very gingerly on the table. And he sort of just backs out, kind of shakes out his hands a little bit. And now, oh, one second. I gotta roll a percentage die. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Kind of just looks around the room for a bit, and Ripley has taken just a few slices of bread in one hand and like an orange in the other hand, and she's peeled it, and she's just sort of like going between the two kind of mindlessly, still like not necessarily asleep, but not willing to be present at this moment, and she's just kind of hanging out in the corner, and John just kind of like nods over to her, and then you see him sort of take his hands to the side, and they're down at his sides, but I'm doing it up here because camera, and the fingers sort of extend and begin to flex in calculated patterns. And this is going to be a familiar sight to you, somewhat. Between his fingers, a very thin thread of like iridescent energy begins to jump from one finger to the next, to the next, to the next, and in both hands. And as it begins to just sort of formulate, it grows stronger and brighter, and it starts just kind of curls loosely around his forearms, and you see him sort of strain for a moment. Still waving the fingers, he looks up at his sister, gives a slight flick of the wrist, and Ripley's hair turns neon pink. And he just sort of looks back at you with this, like, huge little brother grin.
Okay, now here's what I want to know. Did you at any point before her hair turned pink know what was going to happen for sure?
No. I'm like... So, in this process, right, because there's so many possibilities, I started a table of possible outcomes. And I know I'm not ever going to get all of them. But there's, like, some that happen more often than others that I've experienced. And so I write those down. And one of the ones that happens is that I can change people's hair color. I didn't think about it. I just kind of call the magic forth, and I think and ask really hard not to incinerate the person I care about, and then something happens. I think I can shape that end of it if I'm concentrating. But
do you understand the potential here? And Faustus is getting a little bit, like, a little bit
potentiality.
A little zany. He's getting a little
discarded
zany.
timeline.
I love where this is going.
Understand potential here for new spellcraft.
Oh, how very Essek of you.
You know, I never really thought about it that way before, but I mean, I'm
Being able
Wow,
to
what a
know what
great
magic
time
can
for-
do ahead of time and then just produce it. Just, we don't even always know what magic can do. Starting from scratch most of the time.
This conversation would
We're
have
mixing
Renori so
materials and components and words. We're fumbling in the dark until we stumble onto something, and you have a direct line.
I guess so. And he looks down at his hands that are still faintly glowing.
Although I will say there are upsides to what I can do, and that is that I know exactly what I am able to do, and I can replicate it a very specific number of times.
Ooh.
In a period.
Can I see?
Before I need to rest my brain before it bursts. So, let's see. What do I have? What could I show you? He sort of thinks for a second what he wants to show him. He says, "All right, this is one of my favorites." He puts his hand out, and all of the shadows in the room just like start shooting to his hand.
Okay.
And then a blade of shadow just comes out of his hand, and he's holding a blade of shadow.
His eyes are doing like that anime sparkle, and he's just like,
There's a little glint off at the end.
that's so cool. How do you do that?
Yes, it is. And he takes his hand and he throws it, and the sword, like, it doesn't move with the physics like a sword should move.
Yeah.
It tosses, and then it goes straight, and then it just shoots towards the target and hits the wall, and then it vanishes, and then he summons it back to his hand again.
You were like the coolest, most on-brand person I've ever met, ever.
Oh. Put the lights out.
You see a brief moment of concentration. This sort of like faint torch and candle and magical light in the room dims, and it seems like it struggles for a moment, and then it goes out. And Ripley kind of just in the corner, mouthful of bread, and then just sort of shrugs, goes back to eating.
You can't see in the dark, but you can see an area of darkness that's darker than the rest of the darkness, just in Faustus's hand.
Darkness, darker, dark.
And he just whispers. He sort of whispers to John, and he says, "In the dark, it's more powerful."
You are so cool. You are so cool. Oh my goodness. I am fascinated by this.
Just say this isn't something I'd normally say, but you just sort of gave me an easy out by saying it first. But you're so cool. Like, this is neat stuff. I'm very excited about this.
He offers you his hand for a high five.
I'm sorry, this is so cute. I'm gonna vomit.
This is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life.
No, okay.
What is this? What is the?
Just sort of with your hand. Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
All right.
It's sort of, I don't know if it's a cultural thing maybe, but like when you're excited about something, you high five, because 5 fingers.
Usually, if someone raises a hand at me, I draw a knife. So, good to know.
Yeah, no, not all the time is that what that means. I mean, I've seen that become a slap before, I'm not gonna lie, but like 9 times out of 10, if someone just goes like this, they either, I'm gonna change that probability. Either they want you to stop something you're doing, or they want a high five. I cannot give you enough contextual clues to tell you which is which. I'm also not really good at identifying it myself, and I've kind of gotten in trouble over it.
Sometimes people's faces do things.
Sometimes people's faces do things.
And then I can kind of guess what they might do next.
For me, I just sort of think really hard about it, and then the look on my face makes them tell me what they're thinking, because I don't get it. I'm not really good with people.
Yay for the neurodivergent spellcast.
I know. I was like, two neurodivergent people found each other at a party.
I'm not gonna lie. This aspect of Faustus's character is literally just me role playing myself.
Jake, I know. Jake, this was us through college. In Christian leadership and whatever
Oh Jesus.
class was.
Literally, oh Jesus.
Nice. Nice. There we go.
Guys, I took a class in college called Christian Leadership and Administration. It was about how to like run like church government and like church.
It was
offices and stuff
required
like that.
for my major, so Jake and I were in class together.
Can we go back into the world of escapism, please?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm scared.
If I could blink louder, I would. Coming back
Twice
into the
now.
fantasy world that we live in, because I like it better here.
It's nice here.
You were just bonding with the neurodivergent spellcaster.
Yes. I think Faustus is just sort of communicates. He's just like, I'm excited. I think there's some potential here. I think we should talk more at some point.
I would quite genuinely love that.
And if you're ever not reading that book, I wouldn't mind borrowing it if you wouldn't
He hands it to you.
mind parting with it. Oh, thank you. I should have it back. He sort of like looks at the width of the book and kind of guesstimates like how long he thinks. Should have it back to you pretty soon.
It's fine. If I know it's in good hands, I'm not so concerned. Mom would have wanted me to share.
I think my mother probably would have wanted me to share as well. So I don't have a book for you though. So
Your
maybe another time.
your
I'll have
friendship is
something I can
enough.
share. Actually, here's something. And he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a small golden hammer that I've had since the first session.
Yes, you have.
The first session.
And he says, I found this. I tried to figure out what it was. I think it's enchanted. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. If you could figure out what it is, it's yours to do with as you please. But pass it on to the next mage to have an opportunity to decipher.
Oh, sure, yeah. And he takes it. I'm still kind of working on being able to identify objects. I've learned that that's something more book-trained spellcasters are capable of, but I'm working on it. So if I crack it, I'll let you know. He sort of pockets it.
Who knows? Maybe just maybe there's just something that you can do that will just happen, that will reveal something about it.
I hope so. And he sort of flexes his fingers and sparks fly off the end.
All right.
Okay.
Sharing. Interesting.
A little bit. You have a little
There's
bit of time.
distant sobbing in the distance.
Yeah.
As a faded, unmaterialized Sarah is just sobbing in a corner watching it happen.
There's still a little bit of time before Raven and Renori would probably make their way back to the cottage. So, is there anything else you would like to do in this time?
No, I think that's probably the extent of what he would pursue.
Okay.
Probably just gonna hang out.
So, after about maybe 20 or so more minutes, Raven and Renori make their return back to the cottage. You see the front door open. The two of them come in. Both of them a little tear-stained, but seeming a lot better than when they had left.
Is Faustus reading?
You just
What?
feel two heads on the
What you reading?
Oh, this is a book I borrowed from John.
About what?
I guess it's a sort of semi-fictional piece regarding magic that contains some fact and some fiction, and John's been working on weeding out fact from fiction.
That
Thought I might put a second set of eyes on it.
sounds
You might ask John if you could
fascinating.
Renori's like foaming at the mouth.
Download.
That's
Actually, if you'd like, he says, if you don't mind sharing, and he hands the book to you. And Lilith slithers across his arm and onto yours as he hands you the book, and up onto your shoulder, and then his eyes go white.
Oh,
So
are
he'll
we
just read
reading
the book while
together?
you read the book. Yeah.
Sounds good. And Renori will cozy into the couch.
So
Renor, the best part is you can sit wherever you want and we can still do it within 100 feet, so you don't have to sit like right next to me if you don't want to.
But I want to
He
sit
can't hear
next to
you.
God fucking damn it.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great, Renor? You can sit wherever you want. I hope you found your favorite spot.
Renori pinches him.
You just feel. Where are you sitting, Faustus?
Probably.
there's like a small couch. It's like a love seat. So like the three of you could fit on it if you wanted to.
Yeah, you just feel Raven sort of like she does that thing where you kind of like land on it, kind of like with your feet on the couch a little bit. Like she kind of just like jumps with her feet already tucked underneath her. And she kind of like wiggles herself into place so that she's not taking up too much space. And then you see her take out another book. And it's the one that John gave her a while back.
Yeah, it was like
Yesterday.
yeah, yesterday.
I was like 2 sessions ago was still yesterday.
Time is
It's Tuesday.
And she just opens it and she starts reading the book that John gave her.
So, Renori, what Faustus said rings true, but you're not able to necessarily tell what parts are fact or what parts are fiction, but it is a narrative book structured like a prose novel about a spellcaster who, to you, because you have studied, and Faustus, this would sort of ring bells for you as you're taking in the text, but you kind of only picked up the essentials, mostly about casting and enacting magic, less about its history. Renori, you would have trained in the history a little bit more. It sounds sorcerer adjacent, but there's just something different, and you can't tell if that's the way the author wrote it, or if it's a different kind of magic entirely, but about a person who harnesses the raw chaos and potential of magic in its original form from the outer planes that it comes from. And rather than shaping it into a specific spell, this dashing hero in half plate with curled hair and just the loveliest of robes underneath his armor, and a bright sword and fancy boots and a quest of a lifetime ahead of him. He can summon magic in that state and preserve it there. Whereas you would shape that then into a specific spell. You only have that moment for an instant. That's the basis of his casting. And that the magic chooses the outcome. Almost like a symbiotic relationship. But like some parts of it definitely seem fictionalized, some parts you're not sure, but it is interesting. It would be like a sci-fi novel that maybe like you don't care as much about the characters, but like you're really invested in the world building. If that's the kind of the vibe.
A very important out of character question for our DM.
Yeah.
Have you read The Princess Bride, the book?
Yes I have.
Okay. Is that what this book basically is like this interspersed like pages of like really historical interesting information and then just like fluff and nonsense? Amazing.
Yes, it is.
Amazing.
Love the Princess Bride.
I think Faustus is absolutely delighted by the prospect of kind of like eating a salad and trying to find the bacon bits in it.
Yes.
Renori is gonna kick at Faustus until he gets into can
Huh?
hear her talk form.
He wakes up.
Here, you can have this. It sounds like a sorcerer, and then everything else feels fake. She hands it back to him.
Raven.
Opens it and is like looking at like the spine and like he's like taking that now like a different tack of like more of kind of like an appraiser or like a fence would look at something to see if it's like if there's anything unique about the book itself. Like he's
Roll
like,
me-
actually, like examining it.
Roll me investigation.
Yeah,
Very national
Faustus.
treasure. Starring Nick Cage.
I know that was a really weird like choice, but
No, I like it. I like it.
that is a 21.
Okay. Yeah, you do get the sense this isn't a printed book. Printed books do exist in this realm, although they tend to remain towards the upper crust. You, Faustus, have come across printed text where all the letters look the same and there are no ink smudges. Well, there are ink smudges, but not because someone's hand slid across the page or like there's no, and this is like the best part, but there's no like cat paw prints because some wizard's familiar walked across the page in the middle of the writing. Like it lacks all of the character. But this is handwritten.
You leave Frumpkin out of this.
No. This is handwritten. And even though the text is very uniform, you can see the deviations between letters. Looking at it from the side, taking a look at the spine, the spine has, and you can kind of see it just through the bindings of the book because it's old. The inside of the spine, you know when you look at a book that's a hardcover from the top and there's like where the book pages themselves curve and they're like with glue and then there's that little piece of fabric and then like the space between that fabric and the spine, that little piece of fabric is like a shimmering gold. And as you hold the pages, it sort of, you see it through there. Just fascinates you.
That book, you know, it's pretty much detailing a sorcerer and how their abilities work. I learned it in my Arcana history class.
Okay, I need to make another d20 roll.
Who's sitting in the middle of the couch?
Faustus
I thought
glances.
Faustus was.
I assume Faustus is in the middle.
over at John.
Mhm.
Faustus glances over at John to make sure John's not looking.
He is not, no. He's sort of just hanging out.
He is gonna fuss with the spine of the book a little bit.
Okay.
Like maybe if it's a little old, there's a little tear. He's gonna give like maybe a little bit of help, just like to see like get a better look at what's going on in the spine with the gold. If that's like
Yeah,
a
there's
thing, or if it's just decoration or what.
at the middle of the book is where it's most worn. You can sense that that's where it's been opened the most. So there's like a very hefty crack where you can start to see like the netting that would form the binding of the book and the fabric through that. Yeah, it's like shimmery. It doesn't seem like it's glowing per se, but it's like a shimmery gold and it just sort of catches the light very nicely.
Interesting. It seems so specific that it seems important, but I feel like I've looked at it as closely as I can.
Who knows?
Faustus will glance again to see if John is looking, and I'm gonna make another roll.
John is not looking, no. John is mostly just staring at Ripley, who is still not noticed.
He's looking to see if John is looking, and he looks at the spine of the book, and he looks at a dagger at his hip to maybe give that netting a little bit of a tear to get a little better look, to go dig a little deeper. And he sighs. John. Come take a look at this.
Oh, yeah, sure. What's up?
Oh, hold on. Sorry. My headset disconnected for some reason. 1 second.
No, I also can't hear.
Didn't hear you,
either.
Liz.
Oh, we're back.
You can't hear me?
No,
Okay,
I
we
can't.
can
hear you
But
now.
for like a while, I couldn't hear you.
Cut out for like 5 or 6 seconds.
That's fine. Sure.
It's fine. Anyway. Onward.
I knew what you said because I read your lips,
Ah,
but I didn't know what you said because I couldn't hear you.
that's fine. I'm not upset about that at all.
Totally normal about it.
So normal. Yeah, so John comes over. What's going on?
Just noticed I was taking I actually have a bit of a background in appraising
Acquiring things illegally?
appraising valuable objects to determine their value, and I was noticing that
Because you want to know if it's
here
worth stealing.
at the book, the spine here, there's this sort of reflective material that's a bit unusual, and it's mostly covered up and sort of hidden, which is an odd place to put sort of a gold filigree or a gold
Renori definitely said
decoration.
those things out loud.
We
by the
know.
way.
Yeah,
We know.
Raven also at that leaned back, reached around Faustus, and sort of like pinched Renori's shoulder, just like.
John, we don't. Let's not be coy. Let's not be coy, as we're becoming. I think we might be becoming friends.
Oh.
What she is alluding to here is that I am a thief and have stolen quite a bit. If that's a concern to you.
That's not. I trust you.
I don't steal. He sort of like looks around the room at other people because he's never actually said this out loud before, but he feels like he wants to justify it to his new friend. And he's just like, I don't steal from people who have less than I do.
No, Faustus, if I got the impression that you weren't a good person, you would not be holding my mother's book in your hand.
All right.
I mean, like, for the record, Faustus, I do think you're a good person. I was teasing you.
Faustus casts message back to Renori and says, "No, fuck you. You weren't wrong. I almost cut the spine of his mother's book open to see what was in there. I almost did it."
And can I respond in my head back?
Yeah.
You actually can, because message you can respond back.
Yeah.
Okay,
you,
so
like, whisper at a
You can
volume
reply
low.
to this message.
God damn it, Faustus. The one time I was just kidding.
Yes, just I noticed it. Thought it seemed a bit peculiar.
Oh, I mean, I can take a look at it. Okay, and he's gonna roll.
I would have to lift it up.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty small.
He's small. John sort of looks at it and then does what you did and kind of holds the book sideways. And Mom's dead. And pulls the gold fabric through the netting.
Raven closes her book. I think she got maybe like 3 or 4 pages in, and immediately was engrossed with what's going on.
He pulls the fabric through. Now this does pull the spine tight to the actual binding. Let's see if he breaks it. He does. You hear the tear of the glue and the fabric pulls out, but the book doesn't fall apart because he's very intentional about it. And he's holding and it kind of unfolds. It looks like almost like a little neck scarf, like a handkerchief, but it's just a little longer, like it was intended to tie around something. And he just sort of waves it, and it sort of just leaves the faintest shimmering aura around it, and it looks very reminiscent of how his arms just looked a few moments ago when he turned Ripley's hair pink. By the way, Raven Renori, Ripley's hair is neon pink. She has not acknowledged that fact because she does not know. But you don't know that she doesn't know. She's literally standing in the corner, just every once in a while takes a bite out of this orange. She only has a couple pieces left. Takes a bite out of some bread.
Raven is going to lean over to Faustus and whisper in his ear.
Hey, little mama.
No.
Oh, let me whisper in your ear. Probably something that you might like to hear.
Nice.
So, how did that happen? Exactly.
Asked John to show me some of his magic, and he turned her pink.
Would
And
I
showed
hear
him my
this?
shadow blade.
Roll me
and he turned
perception.
the light- He turned the lights off.
We're
Raven,
all
and
on the couch together.
Raven, I showed him my shadow blade in the dark, and he thought it was cool.
I mean, your shadow blade is really cool. It's just
Thank you, I know.
16.
You hear them whispering. Not what they say, though.
Renori is gonna, like, have watched the little handkerchief dusty weird thing, and based on her knowledge of the arcane and everything, and clocking that Ripley's hair is pink, can I cast, like, detect magic on Ripley's hair?
It's a radius around you,
See,
so I mean, if you want, I don't think you can focus it on a target, can you?
Can I just cast detect magic and see if Ripley's hair is magical right now in any way, or affected by magic?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Or Ripley just decided to change
Her
his
hair is like
the
radiating
bathroom.
some sort of like aura.
I'm just putting things together, right? Is like they're talking about wild magic. There was this weird sparkly thing that just happened. I'm now clocking Ripley's hair, which really doesn't feel like a Ripley vibe. And so I'm just like, they're up to some fuckery, because of course they are, because it's Faustus, and even when Renori gave Faustus the benefit of the doubt, Faustus had to message her and be like, no, but actually. So, it's just a bunch of things coming together at once, and she's trying to fish out what the fuck is happening.
You cast detect magic, and yes, Ripley's hair is giving off an aura that is very faint, that you recognize as sort of when something is affected by magic. And it just sort of has a residue to it, in a way. Yeah.
Hey, Ripley, did you ask someone to cast a spell to try out a new hair color? I mean, you look great, but...
What?
You have pink hair.
You see the equations flying past the face.
Again, you look great. I'm just curious. Normally, people do stuff like this after a breakup, but you haven't
It
seen...
wasn't me. I only make my hair pink, and Faustus makes his hair pink with this guy's self.
Oh.
You actually look pretty great with pink hair.
It kind of goes with the all black, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm
and
not mad.
Like, I look like a member of One Direction.
And also the arc of you becoming
Performing troupe.
Yeah, no, the famous troupe of bards. No, they're real. I don't know why you're laughing like it's a joke. They're really famous. Everyone was really devastated when they split up.
Let me rewind and use a more like relevant reference for what I was trying to
Singular
say.
pathway. Oh, I thought you were gonna say singular pathway.
No, like One Direction was like a super big deal, you know?
I'm so glad that Jake finally got that.
No, I got it. We blew past it.
No, I was waiting for Jake. That was a Jake specific.
Lone trajectory.
Lone trajectory. So
I took so much psychic damage just in the span of a minute.
Listen, I'm not mad. I'm just really confused.
Raven goes around like she's like probably like shoving Faustus down a little bit so she can lean over and whisper to Renori, yeah, she really did not know that her hair was like that.
No, I know.
I didn't do this. I don't know why you're whispering. Why are you whispering? My hair's...
Because...
I'm really tired. And this is confusing me. And I don't have the brain power.
I believe what
I'm
happened
also
was...
confused, and Renori casts a spell magic.
Okay. The hair returns to its natural color, and she just sort of... Thanks.
I don't know how it happened, but I figured, you know, I should bring it to your attention somehow. I didn't want to, like, automatically get rid of it just in case
she
you
doesn't
ended up
seem
liking it.
She doesn't seem mad. She's just, like, plateaued. You know, like, it's like this might as well happen.
Ripley, are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm chilling.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's just the morning still, Renori.
I don't know.
I
A
just
lot has happened.
a lot happened, and I'm like really grateful and glad that not most everyone, that a lot of people are okay. But I'm also really tired.
You should go back to sleep.
Yeah,
We
you
don't have
to
to
be up right
rush anywhere right now.
Okay. And she just sort of like lumbers back into the back of the house and into the room.
Although we should probably all eventually just, I assume, we've got to get going towards the next step eventually. But maybe
But a few
day,
more hours is...
or a few more hours, or
We do need to not be here forever. But that also brings to mind questions like, do people go back to the boat? What are we gonna do about Ripley's family? I mean, originally we were getting John out of there and leaving Brock and Dad behind, but now we've rescued all of them. All here. Does Ripley still want, like, John to come back to the Seahawk?
does Ripley still want to continue traveling with us if her family is
That's true
been
too.
repaired and restored? Maybe she's ready to return home.
I
Yeah.
think
Maybe
that
her
these
journey's
questions.
done. That's something to ask her too.
I think that there wouldn't be any harm leaving these questions while Ripley takes a nap.
Yes, we can definitely.
I don't. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No,
we
I
like
think
kind of
I'm
have
actually, Raven. I think I'm going to message her right now and ask her.
Faustus?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. and
No.
just-
Are you gonna message her?
Go ahead and
I'm going to hold his hand.
I'm messaging her, Raven. I'm doing it.
No, Faustus.
He doesn't actually do.
to. Renori instead hears in her head.
Yeah,
Well,
so
he's
Renori
actually
instead hears
he's actually
Renori-
messaging. It's just not to Ripley.
Renori hears it in her head. It's just like, Renori, I'm not actually messaging. I'm not actually messaging Ripley. I'm just messaging Ripley.
He messaged me.
Oh, you're no fun, Renori.
I thought it was funny because you could give him shit for it.
Well, yes. That's
Yeah,
not what I-
actually.
Actually, I was
Now that I think
giving you
about it.
fuel for the fire.
There's a fire?
We didn't start the
You
fire.
actually say that.
Anyway.
Only in my loins.
Okay. Alright.
Get that checked out.
That's an infection.
Oh my god.
You've got gonorrhea.
That's
Okay.
definitely a rash, bestie.
Now that we've
Damn
taken out Kristen,
Damn it. Damn it.
What is that? There's a scripture passage. There's
Nope.
a-
What?
one of those
No.
ones.
No. We're gonna smooth.
No,
right
trust me, it's funny.
Okay.
relating. No, I'm not even. No.
Yes, it's. Lo, I have a painful disease in my loins. From the Bible.
Yeah.
Great.
So Raven is going to turn her. What
Thank
did
you.
Raven read? What did Raven manage?
That's
to
what
read
I was
that
trying to
replicated?
tell you. So, you were reading. This is a
What
pretty.
you just read on the page.
This is a somewhat worn
Just
journal.
below there is a bird.
This is a somewhat worn journal. You haven't gotten very far into it. Like, you've maybe read the first page, if that. But it's about someone named Astoria. Astoria Whitmore, specifically. It is a first person, like a diary. And she is talking about the beginnings of a project specifically to enlighten folks who are in suffering with magic, basically. And not in a, like, colonizer kind of way. This sounds like she is also one of the folks who are suffering that she is referring to. And she's, like, starting a very personal initiative to bring magic to the people around her because she has lacked power for so long.
Can I do a history check to see if I recognize this name?
Yeah, sure.
A 19?
Vaguely. You don't know a lot about her. She was, at a time, sort of famous in the streets, so to speak. Sort of chatter and gossip about towns, but not necessarily from...
I thought she had a street rep for a second, and I was about to...
I mean, she was kind of badass, but no, not like that. She sort of had this, like, whispered reputation that seemed positive. What you know of her is she was a very gifted young mage. It doesn't denote what sort of magical study she pursued, but a very gifted young mage who really turned things around for folks in Inferior, specifically, who are on the lower crust. You know, though, a lot of people refer to her sort of passive-aggressively because she did leave Faerun altogether to travel to a different continent to continue her work later in life. So, sort of like a positive reputation with some negative connotations, but you don't know a whole lot beyond that.
Okay. Raven, if that's all she knows about her, probably wouldn't react to, like, positively or negatively. But she will go... John, how did you come to acquire this again?
Oh, that was actually a gift, from Killigan, specifically. He's kind of slimy. I don't like him and a lot of the stuff that he gave me, but, he gave me that for my birthday one year, and I don't know, it just really stuck with me, I think. It's sort of comforting to read a journal in first person when you're by yourself. I don't know. It might be weird.
That's not weird at all. I journaled myself to keep myself calm while I was...
I've been thinking about trying it. I don't know. I just feel like I don't have anything to say.
Tedious.
That too.
I'm not going to lie to you. It's extremely tedious and sometimes extremely boring, but sometimes it's necessary.
I will keep that in mind, actually. At this point, the front door opens and Casper breezes in and by. And he sort of gets to the back room and seeing the door slightly ajar, just sort of like gently makes his way in. And then after a few moments, he reemerges and softly shuts the door behind him. And he's got like his coat over his arm. And he also then just breezes past again and out of the cottage.
Hello?
He is already out the door.
No, she's going after him.
Okay. He sort of like turns on his heel. He's still walking backwards. He's like, oh, hi. Still walking.
Hey, would you like to pause for a moment?
Yeah, for a sec.
What's the deal?
What's the deal? You're giving me the I'm answering wrong stare, and I'm very confused right now.
we just like don't say hello to each other anymore, or say
I'm sorry.
like,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
or
Busy
you know,
morning.
we run off, come back really quickly, grab our jacket, and then run off again.
Yeah, no, sorry, helping with stuff. And you see him gesture over to where some of the citizens are, like, camping out sort of behind the actual limits of the village. And you see, like, some folks are carrying, like, lumber and like setting up temporary, more permanent homesteads that can maybe weather the weather a little bit better. I was just... Sorry, I should have said hi to you. Hi, I love you. Sorry.
Hey.
Hi.
Alright, we'll go back inside.
Okay. Are you okay?
She's inside.
I have to roll a percentage die. After a few seconds, the door creaks back open and Casper pops his head in. Ren! Are you... Are you okay?
I'm sorry, I just imagined the...
Yeah.
Ren!
No, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Renori, who had, like, sat on the arm of, like, a chair and had a book out again, closes the book.
How do we go?
No, I'm going. And Renori walks to, like, stand right outside the place with
Okay.
Casper.
He, like, closes the door once you exit.
No, it's just been a pretty shit day. And there are a lot of questions still up in the air, and also things I'm angry about still not concluded. So am I okay? No.
Do you want to talk about it?
You cut out, Liz.
Do you want to talk about it? I don't want to make you if you don't want to. I just, you know, it's on your mind.
It's not that I'm mulling over any feelings, really. It's just,
He looks genuinely concerned.
I don't particularly feel like the conversation with Boomstick this morning, that any of us got what we wanted out of that. And I'm also still massively curious as to why there was a handprint on your face when you walked out of the bedroom.
Oh. Yeah, I know that. I deserve that one. Faustus, did you know he could whisper into people's heads? Because that's, like, totally new for me, personally.
No, I knew.
Yeah, didn't know that. Not people talk out here. People don't talk in here. And
Faustus and I talk in here all the time.
okay, yeah, because you're magic people, and you do the magics.
Actually, you know, there's a lot about our friendship you don't even know.
I feel like that's how friendships work, but you said that really mysteriously, and now I'm confused.
I just thought it would sound more mysterious when you had in your mind that it was all happening telepathically. Anyway.
Yeah, so wasn't used to that, and I was like, Mystic was like laying with me, and I scared her, and I think she was having a nightmare because she smacked me. But then I was kind of like an asshole to her when we woke up, so I feel like equivalent exchange, you know? It's not really... I don't care. I just barely even touch me. It's fine. I've had much worse than a slap in the morning.
Okay, Okay, well, to be fair, that's lower on my list of gripes with Boomstick right now, so.
I get it. And I'm not gonna tell you to be mad at her, but, like, been with her for a very long time. And, you remember back at the temple how hard that was for all of us, but especially you?
I don't know that I would say that.
Well, she's having a moment like that right now. It's not my place to tell you, basically, but she had something in her past, and this is bringing up a lot of memories, and in the middle of that, her really good friend, not that Tide didn't mean, I mean, I'm pissed at Tide too, it's not that, you know, their relationship was more special or anything, but he was like the person she talked to, and now he's gone, and she's sort of like, she's not good with people and never has been, and it's honestly a miracle that she didn't kill me or we didn't kill each other when we first met. She's really not, and it's not an excuse, but she's not good right now. And so I'm not, you know, be mad at her if you want. I mean, that's not an excuse, but she's not good. He sort of gestures down by the seaside, not quite near the houses, just a little bit farther up, and you do lock eyes onto her. She is standing about calf deep in the water, and she's just staring out.
Do you trust me to go talk to her? I'm gonna play nice.
It's not that I don't trust you. It's not that I don't trust you. I just know you have reasons to be upset with her, and
come with me.
Okay. Then. Okay.
Renori starts to head towards Boomstick.
Alright, yeah. So as you go over to her, you see the water around her is just sort of in like a small radius, about 5 feet. It's just steaming. And she's just emptily staring out.
Boomstick?
She doesn't turn to look at you.
You know, if I knew you could make us a hot spring, I would have asked sooner. You know, maybe how I approached things earlier was not ideal. I tend to project a lot of my feelings onto other people. I tend to project a lot of the things I don't like about myself onto other people or try to find it in them. And I look for patterns in other people to confirm my worst fears. And I think you have unfortunately been on the receiving end of that, especially recently. You know,
No, it's fine. You're right.
But I promise I have more to say, and it's none of it's an excuse, it's just an explanation, okay?
Okay. Yeah, but she doesn't move. It's like she's there and she's listening, and you can tell with the response she's like processing what what you're saying, but it's like she can't tear her eyes away from the horizon. And you see Casper just sort of look between the two of you and just sort of like a stay here kind of motion. And he pulls off his boots and he sets them right next to you.
The boots do come off.
And then
Come off every time we.
They're detachable? They come off the action figure?
I thought they were like Bratz dolls. where,
Oh,
like,
they're
you
made of
took off the
silicone, they
shoes
slide on.
the
And-
entire foot comes off.
And he pulls off his socks and he sort of like drops them into the boots and rolls up his pant legs and he wades into the water next to Boomstick. And you see,
Casper wears socks with the boots. They might know.
yeah, because I don't know why y'all insist that he's just nasty as fuck. He's not. Sort of wades into the water next to Boomstick, and you see the initial flinch of the temp.
We just insisted that he was just
You
nasty.
insisted he had these grody ass feet. No one told you that. If anything, everything informed against that, and you were just so determined.
So put together.
What hints could we have possibly have been given?
You don't think I would have told you after taking every opportunity to clown on men? Disappointed.
You know what? The woman was too stunned.
You see him wade into the water. And you see the initial flinch at the temperature. But he stays. And he sort of just rolls up his sleeves as well and extends his arms out. And Renora, you do see there are 2 red marks on his forearms. Not like burns, but like sort of what happens when certain areas of the skin get hot. And he kind of maneuvers himself so he's in front of her and just extends his arms, and she just very slowly puts her hands on his arms, and you do see again the initial flinch, but it's not a huge jump. And then they both relax. And they just sort of breathe for just a second. And you see the water that has been sort of actively boiling almost come to a stillness. And then he sort of pulls his arms away from her, sort of brushes the hair away from her face a little bit, pats her cheek affectionately, and then steps back out of the water and over towards you. And she turns around to look at you.
So, in true fashion of rejecting my go-to behavior, when I stepped foot on the Seahawk, I was automatically drawn to you, Boomstick. That's why I interrupted your fight with the other crew members. Anyway, you did and do remind me of my best friend from my home, Leah. Almost to a T, actually. In physicality and personality, mind you, which is weird. Leah was my girlfriend for a while. And 2 weeks before I listened to her be murdered while I hid away to save my own life, I found out that for all 105 years of my life, that she had been lying to me. Her and my other best friend both had, and then Professor would cast Modify Memory on me. And it would be like as if the lies were the truth, and the truth never happened. So, you fuckers. So sorry.
I was trying so hard to hold it together. Pro tip, never look at chat. Always be watching chat, but never look at chat.
The woman was too stunned to speak. Okay. Let's see if I can find that train of thought, or if it is in another state now.
The lies became the truth.
Uh.
Truth not real.
Yeah. I remember what I said, I'm just not sure I remember where it was going.
Oh, I can't help you with that.
And so, all of the bullshit she did to me that I'm still not over, I think I've incorrectly and unfairly put on you a little bit, to the point where when there's an opportunity for you to tell me that my friend has left in the middle of the night and instead you decide not to, and that feels like an intentional omitting of the truth, it brings up feelings of the truth being fuzzy before because of someone a lot like you. And, wow, I'm bad at talking to people. I should just succinctly say that I am projecting things on you. That's unfair. I am still a little upset about things, but I wanted to apologize because I think my own bullshit was getting in the way of me being able to be empathetic towards you and where you're at right now, which I don't even actually know where you're at, other than it doesn't seem to be good. So I'm sorry.
No, there might be... I don't know, this is probably gonna make it worse. That's...
Oh, good.
That's, it's actually my name, is Leah Thera. Leah was... It was my nickname. Sharing. Anyway, no, you were right, I guess. You all freak me out. You do. You scare me so much. Because I don't trust people, and I know that feels like a common phrase, I guess, but I don't. Every single person I've come across, except for this lug and kind of elbows Casper, has stabbed me in the back. Crew, people on the road, places I stayed that said they were gonna help me, people I thought I cared about. Every single person, without fail, gets close to me and then uses me and discards me, because that's what I was for a long time, and I told myself that wasn't going to be me anymore. I spent a long time in situations I was very unhappy for a long time, I guess, and things I did to survive before I came here were probably not pretty. But that doesn't... You all scare me so much because you care so much about each other. And I see it. And I see... I don't know. You just... I'm not good at operating around groups. I'm not good at operating around people who come back. People don't come back to me. People don't talk to me. They ask me for a sword or for a cannonball or for a whetstone, and I give it to them and they leave me alone. And I'm comfortable like that. That's cool. Y'all don't go anywhere. You stay and you look at me and you see me, and that is terrifying. It's terrifying to me. And I'm tied and I bonded because of our pasts, and I had to let him go. And it felt like the same thing I'd been through all over again. And when I lost my home too, I lost my home too. I grew up around a lot of people who were like me, and you see her take off those giant working gloves, and she looks very nervous, but she keeps her eyes like sort of glued to the ground, and you see the red skin and the hair lift up into just a gentle flame, and she sort of like stepped to maybe be ankle deep in the water, and the water almost refuses the heat of her presence. I grew up around people who look like me, who were like me, who were my family and friends. And when you're made of fire, I guess, you don't think anything can burn you until it does. And I lost everyone. And I gave myself up to people because I thought it was the right thing to do. And now I keep myself hidden because I'd rather be struggling than be taken out for blazing, I guess. But now I'm hurting the people around me again. This is all reminding me very much of when I lost my home. I was here when you all left. I didn't know you were gone. I came back to the cottage as soon as the people started running and you weren't there, and freaked out. And Iselda, she's sweet. She told me that you had run off to the city. She saw you go, and I there was no way I was gonna catch you, and she was asking me to help guide people, and there were just people were hurt and screaming. There were kids separated from their families. It was just too much, and so I disappeared, and I tried to help people as best as I could, but I couldn't do it. And then by the time I had stopped, I mean, it was late, and I came back, and Tide was leaving, and I just shut down. I didn't even sleep, not really. I mean, Casper just kind of saw me freaking out and held me until I passed out, I guess, but it doesn't feel like I slept. I didn't mean to not tell you. I was just hoping I'd wake up and he'd still be there. He wasn't. That's not fair to you, and I want to be better at being around people because I want to be around you people.
You say that we scare you because of how much we care about each other. People are all we've got. Really. A lot of people would like to say that they are all they've got, but maybe I'm personally too relational for that, and it doesn't work for me, but you're a part of that. You're a part of the people we want to protect and love and be there for. Shake your head, it's true.
Maybe I'll earn it one day, but I haven't earned it yet.
I'm sorry, but it's not earned. It's just inherent that you deserve that love and that support in those relationships. That's not something that you have a check off list you gotta complete before you get it. What the fuck do we have except each other? That's all we've got.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
Damn it.
You said the exact.
You did.
And to think I was quoting something else very specific. But
I
anyway.
also, yeah, no, I'm with you.
Pigeons can croon, you know?
No. She pulls the gloves back on. And she just looks at you for a second. I guess I should go apologize to Raven.
I mean, that's on you. But I will just say, Boomstick, that being able to rely on one another and that love and that trust doesn't involve running away from us. That's not how that's built or strengthened.
I've never really built it before. Only people
You're
who don't.
really good at building.
Not with people.
Just try and...
There's no blueprint for people. There's no formula. There's no even trial and error. It's just I say things that I see other people say and then it doesn't work and then I'm confused and then I'm the asshole and I know I'm not a super nice person and then so I come back and I try again. And by then usually people leave and then it's like it's fine because I don't have to figure it out because that's not what I'm there for. People don't stay around me and that's okay. I'm good at that. I'm good at not being around people. And now I have to apologize for something that I don't even know how to apologize for because I didn't even know it was a problem. And I guess I messed that up and I get it because I'm not meant. There's a reason I'm always below deck, I should say. And I just don't want to Raven is, I don't want to say anything to her and make it worse because I've already fucked it up. Dessa doesn't talk to me anymore.
Have you ever heard me talk for like more than 3 minutes? You have, right?
Yeah.
So you know that I don't talk to people tactfully.
Yeah, but they like you.
Because I've put in the time and the effort to build relationships to the point where they understand who I am and know that those are misgivings that I am sorry for and trying to be better about. And then also understand that my brain doesn't necessarily work like a normal person's. There's a lot of room given to the people that you love and that you have relationships with. The accountability's still there, sure, of course, but you're given the benefit of the doubt and given grace and kindness when you do put in the effort. And, like, for the record, we're sticking around, so...
Okay. I should give you these. And she fishes in her pocket and she pulls out 2 silver chains. One with a purple gemstone. One with an emerald.
Yep. Renori pockets them so fast so Casper doesn't notice.
Mans is spaced out. You asked an ADHD king to stand still. He's gone.
Okay, well Renori still pockets it really quickly and leans in and is like, boomstick in front of him.
Look at him.
Ah.
Casper does not even look at you. Casper is like watching these 2 little kids who are like having this very intense wooden sword fight. And there's like a narrative. It's like it's giving Anakin and Obi-Wan, but like from a distance, so you can't. Yeah.
You're describing my backyard as a child. I literally had plastic lightsabers and a wood stage.
It's literally that energy, but they're so far away.
Then you are my enemy. Only the Sith feel it, absolutely.
You're literally, he's just so locked in. Like, not even, and Boomstick's just like, see?
Fine. Okay, I'll take care of Spacey. You go talk to Raven. Good luck. He will pat her on the shoulder.
As she starts making her way to the cottage.
Way to go, champ. Way to go.
What?
No, that's just like the energy it was. Let's go, champ.
Yeah. Casper just sort of like keeps watching, and eventually turns his gaze towards you. Like, that went well.
How much were you actually here and not there for?
Boomstick has a thing where she, like, kind of withdraws like a snail if you look at her directly for too long when she's, like, having emotions. So I've learned to not look at her while she's sharing things, and it's, like, our thing. But then I started hearing the part I'd already heard before because she's told me about what happened in her hometown, and I saw those kids, and it kind of just went downhill. But, like, I was there for, like, 90% of it.
Like, the last bit? Like, right before she left?
Nah.
Excellent.
Cool, that's not scary at all. Raven and Faustus.
Psst, Faustus.
So, like, hypothetically, I asked Renori to teach me how to learn magic from writing things down.
Sure.
Do you also know how to teach people how to do that?
I'm so glad the captions picked up what I said while I was muted.
He looks around and he says, I'm going to show you something. He pulls out, this is kind of what I imagine sort of Faustus is just like notes of how he keeps his spells. Pulls out a book, and it is very clearly a stolen textbook from a school.
Nice.
Like, it is like he walked out with Magic 1A, discerning the supernatural or whatever it's titled.
There's like a horrible painting of a swan on it.
He starts flipping through it, and it is basically like a Half-Blood Prince-esque book of how he went through and like he stole the library book and then wrote his own notes in the margins all over it. So that's like where his magical knowledge is this little like but it's basically like a magical primer because his spellcraft knowledge doesn't go all that high. I mean, this might be of some assistance. It's basically my notes from when I was learning magic, because I didn't start out knowing it either. I had to sort of steal my way into fake wealth in order to get it in.
That's extremely impressive. I didn't know that about you.
I didn't always look this sort of abnormal.
Oh, that's not at all where my train of thought was going.
Well, I meant I could sell being a noble with money to spend. Or a noble's son with his father's money to spend.
Yeah. So that's a yes. Then.
Yes, I think so. I
Okay.
think so. I don't think I've ever taught anyone else before, really. But I could try.
On that note, the front door swings open, and sort of like a 12-year-old, you got games on your phone. Boopstick is just standing in the doorway. The bottom half of her pants are wet, and the sleeves, the pant legs are still rolled up, and she's barefoot. Not looking super fantastic in general, and she just sort of stands at the doorway, very tense. Oh, this seems so much easier in my head. Raven, I said stuff to you that wasn't nice, and I'm sorry about it. I didn't mean it like that, and it came across like that, and then you were like super passive aggressive, and that made me think you like hated me, because that's usually what that means. And so I didn't bother to apologize, because I kind of exist only burning bridges because I don't matter to people. And this is I'm not doing a good job at this. I said what I said because I was scared of losing the relationships that I had just formed, kind of barely, and then I did, and I am worse, and I am sorry.
So are we all gonna just start processing our internal journeys out loud? I thought that was sort of my shtick.
The
Kind of
world
minted
doesn't
and
revolve
patented
around
things.
you, Faustus.
And then she'll tap his the top of his thigh, because I'm assuming they're still just sitting on this couch.
I would assume so.
Yep.
And
The way that that's been said to Faustus twice this session. Because Renori pretended Tide wrote it in the letter.
and then did Faustus hear that though?
She said it out loud.
Yeah, and then but then
Was with Lilith.
no,
during
I think Faustus looked after Renori said it as like a really.
Yeah, he was checking to see if she was telling the truth about what it said.
Okay. I was
Because
confused.
it sounded
whether
more
that
like
happened at the
Renori
same
than Tide.
All right.
Faustus has a complex now of like, oh my god, I don't matter at all.
You don't have to be okay with this, because it's like I'm an asshole, but I'm making this worse. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna do us both a favor. I'm just gonna go.
Well, Boomstick.
I think you should stay.
Okay. She sort of just
I think-
waddles
I
a
think-
little
I think
closer.
I think it's better when we're all together.
Oh. Ghibli
Also-
tears just sort of form at the corner of her eyes, and she swipes them away.
Renori's not there.
Perhaps I also was maybe not an asshole, but I was certainly bitchy towards you. I was upset because I feel like you overstepped a boundary. But I appreciate your apology. As confusing as some of the trains of thought were, I got the base understanding of what you were trying to do, and I do appreciate it. And I am willing to put that behind us so that we may start on a fresh page. If you
Oh, Boomstick.
hold on, I have to control myself to not respond like Raven.
The Ghibli tears come back, and she swipes them away again. Mm.
You do seem like a good friend.
It's
I'm sorry that a lot of people have discarded you. I'm too familiar with that feeling.
Yeah. Very used to being used in a lot of ways. A lot of ways.
But yeah, I'm willing to start fresh.
Cool. Me too.
Okay.
Okay. She just still stands there like, Mom, I threw up. That's the exact posture.
Did you get to eat?
Oh, no, I don't. I'm good. I'm fine.
There's still
You
some
should
left.
eat.
Okay. Okay. And she sort of sits like, the table's in a corner, so there's a chair that's like directly up against the wall, and and it's the closest to the door, and she almost looks like a stray cat coming up to like a bowl of water. And she just very slowly kind of gathers herself in this chair, just very hunched, and like pulls just the smallest piece of bread towards her and just holds it. And she's just like almost
New
just
depression snacking.
yeah, like that's almost the energy. Like she
My blanket, get my pastry.
it clearly takes like so much energy not to run. And you see it in her, and she just slowly takes a bite and just sits there. And just kind of rocks back and forth a little bit.
Do you want company?
Sure.
Boomsticks?
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's.
I meant to say boomstick.
I feel like I also said Ripley, but it's fine. I don't know. I don't know what's true anymore. She kind of looked like deer in headlights for a moment, and she nods.
Okay. I'll see if I can find us something warm to drink, and I will join you in a second. We can all just have some tea or something.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then she'll sort of tap Faustus's thigh again, and she'll get up and go and figure out how to make tea in a home that doesn't have a full kitchen.
Okay. That's fair. On that note,
You know how you make tea? You know how you make tea?
How do you make tea?
Yes, boomstick for some help.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Uh,
Going over to Renori.
Oil pot.
Okay. Going over to Renori. Casper, I'm gonna just sort of tie us off for the night. So Casper.
No, keep playing forever.
No. I am sleepy. Casper sort of takes your hand, very gently, and just, I am sorry, by the way. I instinctively, I guess I followed her around, and I didn't check in with you. That wasn't fair to you. I don't know.
I don't need you to. It's somewhere in between.
Okay.
Like, it was fine. It was just when you came back and didn't say anything at all. That's when it bothered me.
Yeah.
But it's also not your fault that, I'm an attention whore.
No, but still. Used to sort of chasing her down, so contain the blast radius, and
I'm glad that she has you, and I hope that she is willing to let it expand beyond just you. Now.
Me too. She's come a long way from when we first met. And I don't know, it's come a long way.
Renori grabs his wrists and turns his arms around. Are the burn marks still there?
Yes, they are. They're not the skin isn't necessarily damaged, but you can see the slight raise to it, and it feels hot to the touch.
She's gonna hover her hands above them and cast Cure Wounds.
You don't need to expend the spell slot, don't worry.
Okay.
Keep that. You pass your hands over his arms, and the sort of raised marks recede. Thanks.
You can't always be in the blast radius forever.
Yeah. I think I'm starting to realize that. You get used to it after a while,
Doesn't make it right.
Doesn't, but
Comfort's often terrible for us.
This cleric thing is really suiting you.
Yeah.
You have so much wisdom. It's really it's just really cool.
I'm gonna vomit, and also
Don't do that.
not now, because everything is... She gestures to the state of everything
the hundreds
around them.
of thousands of refugees, not hundreds of thousands, but just hundreds of refugees.
But I want to talk to you about something.
Yeah,
It doesn't
of
have
course.
to do with you
Oh,
or us. Everything's fine. It's more like you're a thought partner in an experiment.
I like those words. Those words intrigue me because they are cousins to the word prank. I'm here.
Oh, maybe not you.
No,
actually.
no. I can be normal about this. I promise.
Okay, so later.
Later.
Not right now.
Later.
But later.
Yeah.
Just be ready.
Gives you a wink.
Save all your best ideas.
Okay, I can do that. And he starts putting his boots back on. And as we sort of, Raven, you begin puttering around the kitchen, and Faustus, you sort of watch. Boomstick's posture does sort of begin to relax a little bit, and Renori and Casper, for convenience's sake, you also start making your way back to the cottage, and the smell of a delicious late lunch begins to bloom from the farthest end of the camp and drift through as the people come together to take care of one another. You can see the ruins of the city in the distance on the horizon. It almost looks like a forest in a strange way, abstract, like fractals almost, but almost like it belongs there. It's a strange feeling looking at destruction out of life. But you see all of these people coming together to bring life out of destruction and lift one another up. And even with the quest ahead of you, it is a very reassuring feeling. And that is where we're going to end episode 31 of Stormborn's Curse. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. If you've been here from the jump of our adventure or you're just hopping in, thank you. Love to have you. We work very, very hard on this every single week. This was more of a downtime episode than anything really super action-packed happening, but knowing this gang, a lot of stuff's going to happen. Next week, we will have a guest, which I'm excited about. We're not going to talk about who quite yet. That's going to come out sometime next week. But I hope you'll give them a warm, warm welcome. And going forward as well, if you like what we do here and you wanted to maybe, I don't know, like say like, hey, I have $1. I will put it in your tip jar. That would be cool. But it's never a transactional experience to be here. I just, sometimes I get to buy a little extra groceries or like pay a bill, it's nice. Yeah, please give all your love to my cast because they are phenomenal and they're the reason that we get to come back here every single week is with these wonderful characters. I believe their links are now in the chat. And I think that was everything. I don't think I had any announcements. Oh.
There's also, if you want to catch up on our adventure, a VOD channel where episode 30 was posted in case you missed last week.
I have one of those that has videos on it. Thank you, Sarah.
And my goal is that by next Thursday,
don't do that to yourself. Give yourself time.
I've been working on it.
Oh.
It's time.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Liz, by next Thursday, there should be, but pending the fact that life likes to shit on you out of nowhere sometimes, and also mental health will tank out of nowhere sometimes, so assuming none of those tragedies happen, there will be a online document that is a summary of our campaign to date to catch you up if you want to just jump in right now. And then also we are going to work on a video component of that summary document. So stay tuned.
Yeah, and the videos of those will be uploaded on the VOD channel. We're gonna figure out where the PDF will go as well, because Twitter doesn't feel like enough. But we'll figure that out. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not good at ideas. Yes. That being said, yeah, if you are starting somewhere
I'm not good at ideas, says the DM.
And I stand by it. VOD channel, if you haven't started from the beginning, or you want to start from somewhere in the middle, I'm sure you could jump in just about anywhere. I would encourage you to check it out. It also has my other gaming VODs because I do play games here every Monday at 6:30 EST, unless I say otherwise on my Twitter. And we play through a variety of different games because I am a nerd and I can't make decisions. That being said, I will see you, I think the next time I will be on the internets is Monday? When is the 5th? That hasn't been announced yet, I think, so I'm not going to say anything about that. So yeah, Monday. I will see you on Monday on my channel at 6:30 EST unless something happens. Don't know what we're playing. Y'all are going to decide over the weekend. With that being said, thank you so much for hanging out tonight, and we will see you next week.
Is it Friday yet?
Nice.
Is it Friday yet?
Nice. I really should get us merch. All right. Bye.
Did you check